Chapter 440. The words of the Hua family's great young lord could be described as sonorous and forceful. Everyone in the hall heard this and stared blankly at him and Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that there was some unusual relationship between these two. Lan Chudai was a big-breasted beauty. She covered her mouth in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Kai's face went black, knowing that Hua Star's words were too easily misunderstood. So he couldn't help snorting, "Speak clearly." Hua Stars also realized that there was something wrong with his words and couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "Don't misunderstand. It's just that yesterday I made a bet with Brother Kai on whether he could survive last night. This one's eyesight wasn't good enough, so I lost." What was the bet? Xiao Yiming suddenly became interested. She really didn't know about the bet between Yang Kai and Hua Stars. "If I lose, I'll give him my golden feather eagle. If he loses, heh." Yang Kai looked at Hua Stars with a smile. Young Lord Hua has to strip naked and run 10 laps around War City. Everyone couldn't help laughing and many of the women couldn't help blushing. Thinking about the scene of this young Lord Hua running around naked in War City, it really was quite funny. A loss is a loss. There's no need to say it out loud. Hua Stars was extremely depressed, but suddenly his expression turned to one of indignation. "Yang Kai, you can choose. If you want these things, our bet is over. But if you say no, this young master will take off his clothes right now and fulfill the bet. But don't even think about these things. Even this young lord will have to leave this place." Saying so, he opened his folding fan and fanned himself. This young master has never broken a bet with anyone. As he spoke, his expression was one of contentment, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Obviously, Yang Kai would accept the masters and materials he brought with him. Compared with letting him run 10 laps around War City naked, these masters and materials were more practical. As long as Yang Kai wasn't stupid, he would know what to choose. Yang Kai smiled and said confidently, "Then I ask young Lord Hua to take off his clothes." Stars Hua's expression gradually froze as he waved his folding fan stiffly, saying with a bitter expression, "Young Lord Kai, don't be like this. I haven't done anything to offend you. Why must you be so ruthless?" Xiao Yiming, who was standing to the side. Stars quickly turned to her. Xiao Yiming, young lord, why are you looking at him?" Xiao Yiming slowly shook her head and solemnly said, "I can't do anything about this man. You know that?" Stars master. Seeing Fatty Dong sitting there, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This fat brother, at first glance I can see that your relationship with Yang Kai is not shallow." Dong Qing Han's face went black. Hua Xing Chun calling him Brother Fatty really made him unhappy, even if he wasn't happy about it. However, due to the other party's status, Dong Dang couldn't do anything. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Hua, please forgive me. My words carry little weight." They were contending with each other. Dong Pangzi was very depressed to find that this young Master Hua was actually staring at Lan Chudai, who was standing beside him. His pair of eyes were shining with a lustful light. Dong Pangzi could not help but cough. "A beauty." Xing Hua didn't hesitate to praise as he swept his eyes around, quickly discovering Luo Xiaoman again. The light in his eyes became more and more vigorous, and even his nostrils began to emit waves of heat. Luo Xiaoman quickly hid behind Fan Hong, a look of panic filling her face. She had never seen such a lecherous and daring lecher. It was as if the word lecherous was written all over his face. He was even more shameless than Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, are these people all your allies?" Hua Stars suddenly asked. They all came here today." Hua Stars' face suddenly became serious as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai. First, he cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Young Lord Kai, Hua Stars was short-sighted and looked down on you. Young Lord Kai, please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a playboy young lord. How could I compare to you? Last night's battle, I deeply realized my mistake. So I rushed back to the central capital and begged my father to give me some men and supplies. From now on, I, Hua Stars, am young Lord Kai's man, and when I die, I will be young Lord Kai's ghost. My only request is that you make me stay." Saying so, he actually sat down and muttered, In any case, I'm going to stay here. You can't drive me away. Chiu Ming shook her head and sighed, turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, I think it's best to let him go. If he really stays here, the women who come here will feel uneasy. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. That's what I mean. Young Lord Kai, young Lady Chiu, I was wrong. How can you be like this? Huastars was on the verge of tears. Although he had seen countless women, it was rare for him to encounter a woman like Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman. Occasionally, he would encounter a prostitute who was attracted by his identity and wealth. Enough. Yang Kai frowned and was too lazy to continue this nonsense, waving his hand and saying, Let your people send the things inside. He didn't want to do anything to Huastars, nor did he expect him to bring people and supplies. It was just that a playboy like Huastars wouldn't listen to him in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimated that Huastars would restrain himself a lot in front of him in the future. Hearing this, Huastars was overjoyed and quickly got up from the ground, shouting to his subordinates, What are you waiting for? Quickly send the things inside. Also, tell our people to behave themselves. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the Hua family. Everyone here is a friend. Do you understand? Yes. The few people from the Hua family nodded and hurriedly left with the boxes. The Hua family young lord grinned and walked over to Luo Xiaoman's side, asking with a smile, What's your name, beautiful woman? Luo Xiaoman was frightened and stood up timidly, walking over to Chiu Ming and tugging on her clothes, elder sister Chiu. Seeing this delicate appearance of a helpless woman begging for protection, Huastars couldn't help but feel excited. Chiu Ming patted her hand and sneered at Huastars, If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Huastars laughed dryly, So there's someone behind you. Don't worry, Chiu Ming is under your protection, so I promise I won't touch her. Saying so, he rushed over to Lan Chudai, but before he had time to ask, Lan Chudai smiled and said, I am Yang Kai's senior sister. Huastars suddenly became speechless and felt extremely depressed. Don't make trouble. Chiu Ming snorted. Although you're lustful, you're not that horny. What's more, with your identity as the Hua family's young lord, what kind of beautiful woman can't you get? Using this kind of method to resolve your embarrassment is too clumsy. Huastars scratched his head and smiled. You can see it, but it's pointless to say it out loud. Saying so, he shrugged his shoulders and found a seat to sit down, quickly restraining the arrogance on his face. Waiting for him to calm down, Chiu Ming smiled slightly. Yang Kai, I think you need to plan carefully. I'm afraid your house will become more and more lively in the future. Yesterday, it was quiet here, but today, 3 groups of people have arrived. The other young lords shouldn't have such great charm. Although it's lively with so many people, the various forces are not familiar with each other. If you don't coordinate properly, I'm afraid there will be some inevitable conflicts. Yang Kai chuckled. With you here, why should I bother? Chiu Ming glared at him. Do you really think I'm a servant? Capable people do more work. Dong 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 also smiled. If young Lady Chiu is the one to coordinate, my Dong family will not object. Purple Fern Valley as well. Fan Hong nodded gently. They were all first-class forces and their strength was about the same, but Chiu Ming was different. She was from the central capital's Chiu family and her personal strength was high, so she was indeed qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although it is somewhat embarrassing to say this, my reflecting moon sect is also willing to listen to young Lady Chiu. Not only us, I think the people who come later will also have no objections. Chen Shueshu said. The people who come later? Chiu Ming's eyes lit up as she asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Shueshu smiled and said, Because we weren't sure if this Yang Kai was the one we knew before, my junior sister and I decided to take the initiative to inquire about the situation. If he is, then my reflecting moon sect will participate in the inheritance war to help junior brother Yang. If he is not, then my reflecting moon sect will not participate in this muddy water. So that's how it is. Then, how long will it take for your sect's people to arrive? Chiu Ming didn't show any contempt towards his reflecting moon sect just because they were a second-class sect, which made Chen Shueshu feel very gratified. They'll arrive within 3 days and are already on their way. Once we send word back, they'll decide whether or not to continue. Qin Shueshu smiled and looked at Yang Kai. It's not just our reflecting moon sect, there are many others who are also on the way. Who are they? Yang Kai was a little surprised. They're all people you know. Chen Shueshu smiled lightly. In addition to our reflecting moon sect, there is also Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. 10,000 Flower Palace's people are also participating in the Inheritance War? Qiu Yiming couldn't help feeling surprised while Hua Xing couldn't help laughing. Interesting. This will be a feast for the eyes. 10,000 Flower Palace was a very special sect, a first-class sect composed entirely of women. Because they were all women, their competitive spirit wasn't strong and they had never participated in the previous Inheritance Wars. However, Qiu Yiming hadn't expected that this time, 10,000 Flower Palace's people would actually participate and even choose Yang Kai's side. Because these sects suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land a few days ago, they didn't intend to participate. But when they heard that there was a Yang Kai here, they all became interested. Chen Shueshu explained. Chapter 441. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai showed a trace of gratitude. In the last war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, almost all the first-class forces had been involved. Every one of them had suffered losses, but some had suffered large losses while others had suffered small losses. Yang Kai hadn't expected that these people, who had almost been forgotten by Yang Kai, would be able to persuade their sect's elders to participate in the Inheritance War because of his existence. In particular, the people from 10,000 Flower Palace had broken hundreds of years of precedent and must have encountered a lot of resistance from their elders. Yang Kai could imagine the hardships involved. Most importantly, last night's events had not yet reached their ears, so they didn't know the current situation in War City. Without knowing Yang Kai's current situation, the fact that they had come to him without hesitation was the most important thing. The people he had made friends with in the isolated world were all sincere in wanting to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives from the hands of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. These people were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective sects. Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, 10,000 Flower Palace. Qiu Yiming's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her face filled with an attractive luster as she sighed, all first-class forces. The first three aside, 10,000 Flower Palace actually came to participate in the Inheritance War because of you. Yang Kai, your face is really big. Just how many people have you met in the past few years? Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong also looked at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering how he had such a wide range of contacts. Qin Shueshu smiled and shook his head. In fact, there are 2 other sects that I can't contact. If I could, I'm afraid they would also come. Oh? Which 2 sects? Qiu Yiming asked with great interest. She also wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai. One is the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, and the other is the Tianlang dynasty's San Luo Temple. Everyone was visibly moved. The Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. Of all the people present, only Qiu Yiming knew the details of this sect. Although it was based in the Endless Sea Islands, it was still a first-class force, no weaker than the first-class forces of the Great Han Dynasty. This was because the sects in the outer seas occupied many islands with abundant spirit qi. These islands produced some materials that the Great Han Dynasty didn't have. This would make it easier for the cultivator of the overseas sects to cultivate. As for that Dark Azura Hall, everyone had heard of it before. The superpower of the Tianlang dynasty. Their status was equivalent to the central capital's 8 great families. As long as one had a bit of knowledge, they would naturally not be unfamiliar with this name. Everyone present was a young master and young lady of a first-rate force, so how could they not have heard of the great name of Dark Azura Hall? Young Lord Kai is truly amazing. Not only do you know friends from the Endless Sea Islands, you even have friendly relations with people from other countries. This Fan Hong is truly impressed. You bastard! Qiu Yiming ground her teeth. Before, when I asked you how many contacts and helpers you had, you told me you had none. I almost believed you. Humph. Let's see how you're going to hide it now. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head, not bothering to explain. He didn't include the people Chen Shueshu had mentioned, but the way these sect disciples knew how to repay their kindness surprised him and warmed his heart. Junior brother Yang, since this place is really yours, I'll send a message first. In that case, I'll go back and report the news first so that the people from the sect can rush over as quickly as possible. Also, the Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, and 10,000 Flower Palace all need me to send a message to inform them. I'm not sure, but if they know you're here, they'll definitely be very happy. Chen Shueshu proposed excitedly. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Pausing for a moment, he called out, Ing Jiao. Inside the hall, a vague figure appeared like a ghost. No one knew where he had been hiding before, nor how he had appeared. It was as if he had always been there. The vague figure rippled and gradually condensed into a solid form, revealing the thin but shrewd Ing Jiao. Everyone present was shocked, especially the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing behind the various young lords and young ladies. Even they hadn't noticed Ing Jiao's aura before. This elusive blood warrior was really extraordinary. Subordinate is here. Escort Brother Chun out of the city.
Yes.
Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu arriving in War City wasn't a big deal, but after leaving Yang Kai's house, they would definitely be regarded as enemies. If they weren't protected, they would likely be intercepted. Each of the Yang family's young lords had their own intelligence network, so naturally they would do everything possible to suppress the new forces of their opponents. Chen Shueshu obviously knew this and didn't refuse, instead cupping his fists to Ing Jiao, his expression dignified and respectful. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Ing. Junior brother Yang, junior sister and I will take our leave first. Little sister Shu, you stay here. You can go alone. Xiao Yiming suddenly said with a smile, don't misunderstand. I just want to know what this isolated world you spoke of is all about. What did that bastard do to you in that isolated world to make you so grateful? Hearing this, Chen Shueshu smiled lightly. Good, junior sister. You stay here and accompany young Lady Qiao. Brother can go alone and return quickly. Saying so, he cupped his fists to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Ing Jiao nodded and his body blurred again, disappearing in the next instant. Xiao Yiming, you arrange things for them. Yang Kai said before turning to the others, I don't think there will be any fighting in the near future, so we can take advantage of this opportunity to get to know each other. Where are you going? Xiao Yiming asked. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned and strode away. Cultivation, madman. Xiao Yiming shook her head and smiled bitterly. His strength isn't without reason. Hua Stars said thoughtfully, his expression becoming frivolous. If I worked half as hard as him, I wouldn't be too bad, right? Xiao Yiming was too lazy to respond. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the floor, inspecting the black book space. During this period of crazy gathering, the black book space was filled with a variety of materials, as well as finished pills. As for artifacts, besides the box of Earth-grade ones that Stars Hua had brought today, there weren't many. These finished artifacts could be distributed to arm his own forces. Yang Kai's mental fortitude wasn't bad, but when he saw the dazzling array of materials, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. These materials included spirit herbs and herbs used in alchemy, rare metals of the 5 elements, all kinds of spirit pills, and rare materials that were rarely seen in the world. Everything could be found here. If there was a good alchemist or artifact refiner here, using this huge batch of materials, it would be enough to refine many rare and useful spirit pills and artifacts. Yang Kai suddenly found that unknowingly, he had actually gathered a wealth not inferior to that of a medium-sized family. And this was just the beginning. The Bamboo Knot Gang was still constantly purchasing materials from the outside world, and as more forces came to join them, more and more materials would be brought in. Not only was Yang Kai gathering materials, but the other Yang family young lords were also doing the same. It was just that Yang Kai was one step ahead of them. The first result of the Yang family's inheritance war was that the price of alchemy and artifact refining materials had all risen. As the price of materials rose, the status of alchemists and artifact refiners also rose. Many alchemists and artifact refiners had also gathered in War City and the central capital, waiting for the Yang family young lords to recruit them. Yesterday was the first day of the inheritance war, and all the Yang family young lords were focused on competing for the first victory. But today, all the Yang family young lords had received news that they were recruiting high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners, and the treatment they received was absolutely excellent. The higher the grade of the alchemist and artifact refiner, the more important they would be. Only the eighth brother, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai didn't make any moves. Yang Quan was aware that victory was hopeless, and even if he recruited alchemists and artifact refiners, there would be no one willing to work for him, so naturally he was too lazy to bother. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't care about alchemists and artifact refiners from outside. He was already prepared. Sorting out the finished pills in the black book space, Yang Kai took out all the Yang attribute pills and those that cultivated spiritual energy. When he saw the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly startled. Where did Su Yin go? He had already ordered the bamboo knot gang to send out hundreds of people to inquire, but there was still no news. Even the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion and Ling Tai Su seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai realized that High Heaven Pavilion still carried the name of an evil sect. The world was still afraid of the existence of the Demon Lord. As long as Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he wouldn't be able to restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. The name of an evil sect wasn't a big deal. The key was that the Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion. This was the fundamental reason why all the great forces feared High Heaven Pavilion. If they could cultivate a Demon Lord, it didn't mean they couldn't cultivate a second. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began to absorb the energy from the Yang attribute pills. In War City, there were 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters monitoring the situation, which made Yang Kai realize that if he didn't quickly break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, sooner or later his secret would be discovered by these 8 old men. Right now, he was Yuan Qi Boundary 8th stage, only 2 minor realms away from the Immortal Ascension Boundary. It took Yang Kai an entire day to fully absorb all the Yang attribute pills. He could clearly feel that the Yang liquid in his dantian and the Yuan Qi in his meridians had become thicker and purer. The incense burner he hadn't used for a long time was taken out again and lit up beside him. While circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The incense from the incense burner could suppress the speed of the true Yang secret art's circulation. If this continued, the true Yang secret art would adapt to this huge pressure. Once the incense burner was gone, its circulation speed would naturally increase, displaying great benefits when facing an enemy. Using his spiritual energy to spy on the true alchemic way was one of the best ways to cultivate one's soul. Chapter 442. The true alchemic way was too broad and profound. Not only did it contain a variety of magical alchemy spirit arrays, but it also contained the experiences of countless alchemy grandmasters. This knowledge was enough for Yang Kai to use for a lifetime. But if he wanted to extract this information from the true alchemic way, he would have to consume a lot of spiritual energy. When one's divine sense was being replenished, it would naturally improve rapidly. Time passed quickly, and with a huge amount of materials as a backup, Yang Kai's cultivation and spiritual energy were growing at an obvious rate. Every morning, when the sun rose, Yang Kai would practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. At the same time, he would take a drop of myriad drug liquid. After such a long period of accumulation, the myriad drug liquid's effect of cleansing his body had begun to show itself, allowing Yang Kai to cultivate faster and more efficiently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, providing endless benefits. As his strength improved in the future, the effects of taking the myriad drug liquid every day would only grow. This was a snowball effect. War City, East Side, eldest brother Yang Wei's house. After a few days of secluded cultivation, Yang Wei came out for a walk and happened to see Meng Shan Yi of the Meng family standing in his courtyard, seemingly waiting for him to come out. Meng Shan Yi was pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. "Brother Meng," Yang Wei greeted. "Eldest young master." Meng Shan Yi heard his name and smiled happily, hurrying over, his eyes immediately lighting up. Eldest young master seems to have made a breakthrough in his secret art. Yang Wei nodded gently and said lightly, I'm about to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage, probably in the next few days." Meng Shan Yi couldn't help feeling admiration and envy. Although he was the eldest son of the Ming family and his aptitude was quite good, he was still only at the 9th stage of Yuan Qi. Although he was about to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he still couldn't compare with the Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei. Among the younger generation of the central capital, there were quite a few geniuses. Meng Shan Yi sighed in his heart. The Liu family's Liu Qing Yao didn't need to be mentioned. The Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yi Ming had also broken through to the immortal ascension boundary first stage 2 months ago. Although the immortal ascension boundary second stage wasn't, all of them had reached that level. This made Meng Shan Yi feel a sense of crisis. Although he was the young master of the Ming family, and it didn't matter if his strength was not that great, which man didn't want to become stronger? What are you doing here? Yang Wei asked. It's like this, young master. Since you came to War City, you've been in retreat. It's now the 4th day. I should report to you about the situation outside. Yang Wei gently nodded, turned around and said, let's talk inside. Inside the room, the two sat across from each other at the table. Yang Wei was silent, quietly listening to what happened on the first night of the inheritance war in his third brother Yang Tai's house. His expression remained unchanged, as if everything was within his expectations. However, when he heard that Yang Kai had not only snatched the flag, but also snatched the person, he was shocked. His eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, emitting a trace of light, and a trace of surprise finally appeared on his face. Meng Shani smiled bitterly. Your family's 9th brother's actions are too unexpected. Yang Kong and Yang Ying tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a lot of rice. Furthermore, he seems to have released Yang Tai back to the central capital instead of exchanging him for supplies. He did that? Yang Wei asked in surprise. That's why I said his actions were too unexpected. Meng Shani shook his head. In any case, I couldn't see what his next move would be. Originally, I thought he would take advantage of the situation and capture Yang Quan in one fell swoop while everyone else was recuperating. But he hasn't done anything for several days now. If he was smart enough, he wouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. At first I didn't understand, but after thinking about it, Yang Kai obviously doesn't want to attract too much attention, so he's biding his time. Meng Shanyi's face showed a touch of admiration. He sees things much further than I do. Don't underestimate my 9th brother. I feel like there's something wrong with him. Yang Wei frowned, recalling the first time he saw him in front of the Elder Hall. His Yuan Qi couldn't help fluctuating. First young master, you mean 9th brother may be his biggest enemy, even stronger than 2nd brother. How is that possible? Meng Shanyi's face was filled with disbelief, seemingly thinking that Yang Wei was overestimating Yang Kai. Although many people have sought refuge with him these past few days, all the young lords have done the same. First young master, the friends you've made over the past few years have all gathered here. They all want to see you. Yang Wei nodded gently. I'll arrange for them later. Meng Shan, he couldn't help asking with some excitement, First young master, are you planning to take action? What action? Yang Wei looked at him suspiciously. Meng Shan frowned. First young master, don't you want to attack Yang Quan? Yang Kai isn't willing to attract too much attention right now. Besides you, everyone else is recuperating, so this is a rare opportunity. As long as first young master brings your friends over, I don't think Yang Quan will resist. After all, you are the eldest young master. You have prestige in the hearts of your brothers. Yang Quan only had an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, while his mother's family was only a 2nd-class force. Such a defensive force would be vulnerable in front of the current Yang Wei. If I go and attack 8th brother now, I'm sure I can win. Yang Wei didn't refute Meng Shanyi's point of view. Even if he resists, he won't be able to. Then why is first young master hesitating? Meng Shanyi was confused. If there isn't much benefit, I won't do it. Yang Wei shook his head. This topic ends here. When it's time to attack, I will. Brother Ming, accompany me to meet those people now. Saying so, Yang Wei stood up. Although Meng Shanyi was depressed, he didn't say anything more, but how could defeating Yang Quan not have any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Quan himself and his flag could be taken to the family to exchange for materials. After defeating him, he could also collect his current support. How could there not be any benefits? At this moment, 300 kilometers away from War City. In the wilderness, two dignified and enchanting women were walking while laughing. Beside these two women, there were two pure young girls. One of them was more lively, calling out Ani Xiang, Ani Lan, and talking about interesting topics, causing the two women to laugh again and again. On the other hand, the other girl was very quiet. This girl was covered with a veil, making people unable to see her true appearance. However, her pair of beautiful eyes were bright and clear, making people infatuated. On her forehead, there was a light blue gem, making her look even more elegant and refined. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world and didn't eat the world of mortals. When she looked towards the direction of War City, the eyes of this veiled young girl were filled with expectation and joy, as well as a hint of shyness. Recalling the figure from her memories, it seemed that her cheeks hidden under the veil blushed slightly. A young girl in love was the most moving. At this moment, she was at the most beautiful moment of her life. Even the two beautiful women who saw her couldn't help feeling a little stunned. The more lively young girl suddenly rushed over and grabbed the arm of the veiled young girl, giggling. "Is elder sister Xia thinking about my cousin?" Xianing Chang heard this and became extremely shy, her delicate earlobes instantly turning completely red as she stammered, "No, no, don't speak nonsense." Heh. Dong Qingyin laughed wickedly. "You're still denying it? When I mention him, your face becomes even redder." "I'm blushing?" Xianing Chang couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her cheeks, but then she suddenly realized that she was still wearing her veil, so even if she was blushing, no one would be able to see it. However, her cheeks really were burning hot. "Look at how nervous you are." Dong Qingyin didn't give up and continued to ask, "Elder sister Xia, what do you like about my cousin?" "From what I can see, he's just ordinary, nothing special." "I don't like him." Xianing Chang wrinkled her nose and flatly denied. "Then why did you leave Hidden Cloud Peak as soon as you heard that he was participating in the inheritance war?" "Master can't bear to part with you. If you leave, no one will be able to discuss the alchemic way with him. I'm his little senior sister. A senior sister taking care of a junior brother is a matter of course." Xianing Chang bit her red lips and replied in a low voice, seemingly thinking that this reason was too far-fetched and that even she couldn't believe it. On the side, Ani Xiang and Ani Lan overheard the conversation between the two girls and couldn't help chuckling. Towards Xianing Chang, this clever, quiet, and innocent girl, these two beautiful women were very fond of her. The two of them had no children in their lives, so during the few months they spent on Hidden Cloud Peak, they almost treated her as their own daughter. Xianing Chang liked Yang Kai. This was something they both knew and approved of. They both felt that in this world, only a young lord from the Yang family was worthy of Xianing Chang and had the ability to protect her. "You really don't like him?" Dong Qingyin asked mischievously. Xianing Chang reluctantly nodded. "That's great. I'll be able to marry my cousin in the future." Dong Qingyin giggled, her words shattering the heaven and earth. "Ah." Xianing Chang was shocked as she stared at Dong Qingyin dumbfoundedly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Good, Qingyin. Don't tease your elder sister Xia. If you continue to tease her, she'll cry." Ani Xiang couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Dong Qingyin to her side, glaring at her for a moment before whispering to Xianing Chang, "Don't listen to her nonsense, she's just lying to you." Xianing Chang nodded gently and smiled. "Sister Dong wants to marry junior brother. It's fine. You two are cousins. If you really become husband and wife, then you'll be even closer." This time it was Dong Qingyan's turn to be dumbfounded, quickly waving her hands. "I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to marry someone like my smelly cousin. The person I want to marry is an ordinary man who will only love me for the rest of his life. Only then will I be happy." Ani Xiang was also secretly surprised by Xia Ningchang's magnanimity. This girl clearly cared about Yang Kai very much. Her longing for Yang Kai on Hidden Cloud Peak was heart-wrenching, but when she heard someone wanted to marry him, not only did she not object, she even smiled. What's going on? Chapter 443. Xianing Chang obviously didn't want to continue discussing this topic, her brow furrowing slightly as she softly said, "Ani Xiang, this time Medicine King's Valley has dispatched so many people. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" As she spoke, She glanced back. Behind these 4 women was Old Man Ming. Treasurer Ming's face was filled with worry as he sighed. When he thought about seeing that little bastard Yang Kai again, he couldn't help feeling sorry for his precious disciple. But his disciple was wholeheartedly devoted to him, and Meng Wuya could only sigh helplessly. When it came to matters of love, Meng Wuya couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Thinking of this helplessness, he couldn't help but squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Behind Treasurer Ming was a large group of people, all of them wearing white robes. There were at least 30 of them. Of these people, the strongest was Qin Zhe, a trivial immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator, while the weakest was only at the separation and reunion peak. If such a group of people were to be pulled out into battle, they could only be described as unable to withstand a single blow. However, these people were all alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Even if their strength was lacking, they were still respectable existences. No matter where they went, no one dared to take the initiative to attack them. Alchemists were also divided into grades, corresponding to the grade of precious treasures, ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade. Each grade was also divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Alchemists generally had obvious symbols on their chests to show their rank. Each petal corresponded to a grade, gold, silver, and white, corresponding to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' robes, it was easy to see what level they were. These alchemists from Medicine King's Valley all had flower petals embroidered on their chests. At the very least, they had 2 petals, while half of them had 3 petals. Among them, Qinzhe had 4 petals. 4 petals was the symbol of mysterious grade. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were only a few dozen alchemists who were qualified to wear 4 petals. A quarter of them were concentrated in Medicine King's Valley. Those who had 3 petals embroidered on their chests were heaven-grade alchemists. Those who could easily refine heaven-grade pills and 2 petals were earth-grade alchemists. Martial uncle, what orders do you have? When Qinzhe saw that Xianing Chong had turned around, he hurried forward and asked her respectfully. He thought that Xianing Chong wanted him to do something. Xianing Chong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Senior Qin, please don't call me that. I'm younger than you. How can I bear that title? Qinzhe shook his head. That won't do. Since Martial Uncle Xiao has already informed Medicine King's Valley, he will treat you as an equal. No matter how old you are still my martial uncle. Xianing Chong could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know what to say. Originally, when she heard that Yang Kai was going to participate in the inheritance war, she just wanted to rush to the central capital with Meng Wuya to help, but she hadn't expected that Xiao Fusheng would suddenly give her an order. He had gathered 30 Medicine King's Valley disciples and brought them along. Xianing Chong had stayed in the Hidden Cloud Peak for a long time, so only the people of the Hidden Cloud Peak knew about her attainments in alchemy. Alchemists were a group of proud and aloof people. Qinzhe and the others originally looked down on Xianing Chong, but after hearing Xiao Fusheng's words, all of them were stunned. Xianing Chang's attainments in alchemy were not inferior to his own. In fact, Xianing Chong was certain that in time, he would reach a height that Xiao Fusheng had not yet reached. Qinzhe naturally did not believe this. Who in this world could compare with Grandmaster Xiao? Relying on the fact that he had just been promoted to mysterious great alchemist a few days ago, he confidently competed with Xianing Chong. The result was a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Qinzhe sincerely admired him and no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. Alchemists were like this. They did not scheme against others. If you wanted them to respect you, you had to conquer them with your alchemy skills. To a certain extent, alchemists were a group of relatively upright people. It was not easy for the disciples of Medicine King's Valley to see Xiao Fusheng and learn alchemy from him, but now a top-level alchemist on par with Xiao Fusheng had suddenly appeared, and one so young at that, naturally he would be respected. These 30 people, from their initial reluctance to follow Xianing Chong, now took the initiative to follow her and learn the alchemic way from her. However, Xianing Chong was well aware that Xiao Fusheng had spent a great deal of effort to recruit 30 alchemists to follow her, and had even said that he would treat her as an equal. On the surface, he wanted these people to become apprentices to her, but in reality, he was helping Yang Kai in disguise. It's none of your business. Ning Chong is just talking to me. Aunt Xiang waved her hand. Qin Zhe didn't complain and immediately retreated, leading the 30 alchemists behind him. Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war before. Now that it has rashly participated, I'm afraid it will be criticized. Xiaoning Chong said worriedly. Aunt Xiang smiled and softly said, "Don't worry. No one is qualified to comment on Medicine King's Valley's actions. However, Grandmaster really cares about Yang Kai. If not, how could he have used the Elder Token to transfer 30 people from Medicine King's Valley? He even asked me and your Aunt Lon to come along because he was afraid that Yang Kai would have some kind of accident." Xiaoning Chong nodded silently. How could Xiao Fusheng not care about Yang Kai? Yang Kai had twice asked her and Lu Si to bring him 2 sets of extremely valuable alchemy spirit arrays, and during this time the Grandmaster had been immersed in studying them, even forgetting to eat and sleep. For the Grandmaster, these 2 sets of spirit arrays were more fascinating than any other treasure, so how could he not care about Yang Kai's safety? What Medicine King's Valley had remained neutral for thousands of years? What Medicine King's Valley did not participate in worldly disputes? In front of these 2 sets of spirit arrays, nothing could stop him. He had even argued with the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley over this matter, almost quarreling with him. Thinking of the Grandmaster's willfulness and protectiveness, Xiaoning Chong couldn't help smiling. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened and the group stopped to rest by a riverside. Looking in the direction of War City, Xiaoning Chang's mood fluctuated. Tomorrow, he would see his junior brother. What should he say first? For a time, Xiaoning Chong fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion, inside the room. An incense burner rose and the fragrance filled the entire room. The true Yang secret art seemed to be slowly circulating under the pressure of a great mountain. Yang Kai didn't ask, instead focusing on the mysteries conveyed by the true alchemic way, comprehending the complex truths of heaven and earth contained within, his state of mind unconsciously improving. As his understanding of the true alchemic way became deeper and deeper, Yang Kai also realized its preciousness, his expression constantly changing, sometimes shocked, sometimes excited, sometimes confused, all kinds of different expressions. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the true alchemic way, was completely unaware of the situation in the outside world. His whole body glowed with a strange light as he focused wholeheartedly on comprehending and understanding. All kinds of alchemy grandmasters' insights and experiences were also digested into his mind. A brand new picture seemed to slowly unfold in his mind, and through prying into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai gained a deeper understanding of the martial Tao. There was a kind of restlessness in his heart, and he couldn't help wanting to experiment with alchemy himself. He wanted to see how the first pill he refined would bloom with a brilliant light. But when he remembered what Xiao Fusheng had once said, Yang Kai forced himself to suppress this desire. Until he reached the immortal ascension boundary, he couldn't perform alchemy. Right now, Yang Kai's goal was to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. Once he reached the immortal ascension boundary, there would be enough time for him to begin practicing alchemy. In order to improve a cultivator's strength, not only did they need to rely on the accumulation of yuan qi, but also the tempering of their physical body, as well as their own comprehension and cognition, was the key to making a breakthrough. Therefore, when a cultivator encountered a bottleneck, they would not choose to enter secluded cultivation, but would instead walk around casually. Perhaps they would encounter some special opportunity and miraculously break through their bottleneck. Yang Kai faintly felt that exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way would not only increase the strength of his spiritual energy, but would also bring great benefits to his cultivation. Immersed in this situation, Yang Kai didn't know how long it was before he gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that his true Yang secret art was still slowly circulating, but it was undoubtedly much faster than it had been at the beginning. The yuan qi in his body had already adapted to the current pressure, and as time passed, it would only become faster and faster. Moreover, his own yuan qi 8th stage cultivation seemed to have soared by a large margin. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai felt a little happy. Standing up, Yang Kai put away the incense burner into the black book space and condensed a stream of pure yuan qi at his fingertips, slowly rotating, creating a huge, attractive force that absorbed all the fragrance in the room. The incense burner's incense was too overbearing. Apart from himself, who possessed the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that no one below the immortal ascension boundary would be able to withstand it. If one of the palace's maidservants walked in and inhaled it, they would likely immediately die. Opening the door, Yang Kai stepped out. He had been in seclusion for a few days now, so the people Chen Shueshu had mentioned should have already arrived. As the host, he should show up and welcome them. Walking through the winding corridor, halfway through, Yang Kai suddenly saw Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman talking to each other. These two women standing there were quite the eye-catching sight. Their figures were the same, and they were equally strong. Their twin peaks seemed to exude a sense of temptation, as if they were trying to suck him in. The two of them obviously had a lot of common topics to talk about. Senior sister Lan, Luo Xiaoman. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted them. Lan Chudai turned her head and smiled happily, but Luo Xiaoman, on the other hand, was so scared that her face went pale. "Are you so afraid of me?" Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Luo Xiaoman with interest. The latter's eyes flashed as she tried to hide, but there was nowhere for her to hide, so she couldn't help but stare at Lan Chudai imploringly. "Junior brother, don't bully her." Lan Chudai stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly taking out a handkerchief and wiping his face, explaining with a smile, "It's a little dirty, junior brother. You should wash it properly. You are now a person of status." Yang Kai allowed her to act so intimately, his lips curling up slightly as he smiled meaningfully. "Senior sister Lan is considerate. I will pay attention." Chapter 444. Saying so, he turned to Luo Xiaoman and smiled. "Tell me, why are you so afraid of me? I don't think I've done anything to you, right?" Luo Xiaoman blinked her long eyelashes, lowered her head and whispered, "I don't know. In any case, I'm just afraid of you." "How afraid are you?" Yang Kai took a step forward. Luo Xiaoman screamed, "Don't come any closer." Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stopped, fearing that if he took another step, this girl would faint from fright. "Forget it. You two can continue chatting." Feeling a bit bored, he strode away. The people from Reflecting Moon sect had already arrived. Not only that, but all the sects Chen Shueshu had mentioned before were also present. They were already on the road, and after receiving Chen Shueshu's message, they had traveled even faster. These people, under Qiu Yiming's arrangement, had each found a courtyard to settle down in. Learning that Yang Kai had come out of seclusion, they all rushed to the main hall to meet him. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhin, Pure Heart Palace's Zhuofeng, 10,000 Flower Palace's Han Shaoqi, Yihan, Lu Qingru, and Hua Ruo Yin were all present. In addition to Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, almost all the people Yang Kai had met in that isolated world were present. After not seeing each other for such a long time, these leaders of their respective sects naturally had their own opportunities, and their strength had improved significantly. However, after realizing how strong Yang Kai was, this group of people could only smile bitterly and sigh that no matter how hard they worked, they would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai. Back in that isolated world, each of them had surpassed Yang Kai by at least a great realm, but now, Yang Kai had surpassed them. What's more, Yang Kai, a Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, couldn't be compared to an ordinary Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator. As time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. Exchanging pleasantries, the main hall was lively. Unfortunately, Yi Qing Si and Zhouba's Azura sect are overseas. Zemos and Luo Temple is also in another country, otherwise we would all be here now. Chen Shueshu sighed. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. Back then, in that exotic land, everyone had gone through life and death together, so they naturally had a friendship. "The future is long," Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly turned his head to the left and asked, "How is Li Exine Yuan doing right now?" Back then, in the exotic land. In the end, there were two survivors from the Palace of Conscience. One was Zhuofeng, and the other was Li Exine Yuan. However, the latter's luck was rather bad, as the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's soul-controlling insect drilled through his dantian, crippling his cultivation. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this person, everyone fell silent and looked over with concern. Zhuofang's expression darkened as he said with a wry smile, "Ever since he came back that time, Brother Li seemed to be quite optimistic on the surface. However, only he knew the bitterness in his heart. My master also went to the Medicine King Valley to inquire and found out that there is a kind of medicinal pill called the Heaven-Mending Pill, which has a chance of repairing damaged Dantian. It was just that this pill required a lot of materials, and its grade was also very high. Very few people were able to refine it. My master has been collecting materials all this time, but there was an accident in Medicine King's Valley a few days ago, so now is a busy time. My master is not accepting requests from outside cultivators to refine this pill, so we can only wait for a few more days. Since there is a medicinal pill that can repair his Dantian, that should be easy." Yang Kai nodded. "When the time comes, I'll help you find someone to refine it." "Brother Yang, do you have connections?" Zhuofang was overjoyed and immediately realized that the person in front of him was not the same Yang Kai he had met in the exotic land, but rather a direct descendant of the Yang family. "I know some people. They'll probably arrive in a few days." Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking of a gentle and quiet face. Xiao Yiming suddenly smiled and interjected, "Yang Kai, do you know how many supporters you have now?" "Less than 10, right?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Xiao Yiming snorted lightly and casually said, "Xiao family, Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Reflecting Moon Sect, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. There are a total of 9. You know them." And Yang Kai nodded. Although he had been in retreat for the past few days, he still had a rough idea. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "There are many you don't know." Xiao Yiming smiled. "Many supporters I don't know?" Yang Kai chuckled. "That's interesting. Tell me, what is it that I don't know?" "It just so happens that I need to report to you, Master, that Tianyuan City has also sent some people to deliver things, and a group of people." "Tianyuan City?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xiao Yiming shook her head. "You didn't blackmail them and then forget about them, right? The first-class force that Lanjiang belongs to?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when they were attacked on the way back to the central capital, not only did the Liu family suffer an unexpected calamity, but Tianyuan City was also targeted by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had not deliberately blackmailed it, nor did he send a letter to it. Now it seemed that the person in charge of Tianyuan City was quite clever, sending people and supplies without a word. And Xiao Yiming nodded. "I've seen the people who came, and they're not bad. The young man leading them is the son of Tianyuan City's city lord, and has a very gentle temperament. He has been here for 2 days now, and his subordinates have been very honest. As long as they aren't as blind as Lu Song." Yang Kai didn't care. "You can decide for yourself. If they're useful, keep them. If not, send them away." Xiao Yiming's eyes lit up as she secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Yang Kai was ready to give her some authority. She couldn't help secretly rejoicing that she had temporarily left the Chiu family to help him. Otherwise, if she had gone to Yang Shan's side, she would have only been an ally. However, the people from Tianyuan City have come for some reason, so in the future, don't accept people you don't know." Yang Kai said. I know." Xiao Yiming was very happy. "Besides Tianyuan City, is there any other force I don't know about?" Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Yiming's expression became dignified as she quickly said, "The Duanmu family. I don't know if you've heard of it." "Duanmu family?" Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. "I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I can't remember where. What kind of relationship does this family have with me?" "They actually came to me to seek refuge. This Duanmu family is the family of your third brother Yang Tai's mother. Do you understand now?" Xiao Yiming smiled lightly. "My third brother?" Yang Kai was surprised. The Duanmu family didn't send many people, only 5, but one of them was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, one Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, one Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, and 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. The 5 people who survived that night? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That night's battle could be said to have been extremely tragic for the Duanmu family. There were a total of 30 to 40 people, but in the end, only 5 of them were able to survive the chaotic battle. It was obvious that these 5 people were not easy to deal with, so it was understandable that they had such a high level of cultivation. At that time, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had led their forces to chase after Yang Kai, so they didn't have time to deal with these 5 people. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Inheritance War, they could have tried to persuade these 5 people to join their camp. However, even if they really did so, there shouldn't be much hope. After all, so many people from the Duan Mu family had died. Yes, it's them. Xiao Yiming stared deeply at Yang Kai, her red lips exuding a seductive luster. Tell me honestly, when you let your 3rd brother go that night, did you have this plan in mind? Glancing over at her, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You think too much of me, don't you? I let my 3rd brother go because I wanted to. There was no need to think too much about it. Hearing this, Xiao Yiming couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Fortunately, you aren't that shrewd. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the confidence to face you in the future. Listening to the Chiu family's first young lady's ridicule, everyone present couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Some of them couldn't believe that the current Yang Kai could bring so much pressure to the world-renowned Xiao Yiming. But in any case, your move is quite exquisite. Xiao Yiming smiled. The fact that these 5 people came to join you should have been instructed by Yang Tai. Yang Kai nodded silently. He hadn't expected his 3rd brother would also do such a thing. He couldn't help smiling slightly. So, you now have the support of 11 forces. Xiao Yiming's voice was slightly excited. There weren't many things that could make the Chiu family so excited. Of these 11 forces, 2 were super forces. Of the remaining 9, only Reflecting Moon Sect was a 2nd-class force. The rest were all 1st class. From a few days ago when no one was interested in him, with no hope of victory, even 90% of the people were certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to survive the first night. To now having 11 major forces, Yang Kai's mansion's development and gathering speed could be described as astonishing. Such connections and charisma were second to none among the Yang family's direct descendants. Xiao Yiming seemed to be able to see the dawn of victory. Restraining her expression, the Chiu family's first young lady solemnly said, "Right now, the support you have is greater than any of your brothers. According to the information I've inquired, only your 2nd brother Yang Zhao has 20 big and small forces to help him. However, most of his helpers are from 2nd-class and 3rd-class sects, so although their numbers are slightly greater, in terms of quality, they can't compare to yours. However, as time goes by, your advantage will become smaller and smaller, and you may even be surpassed by them. You need to be mentally prepared." "I know," Yang Kai grinned confidently. "Not all of them are here yet." Xiao Yiming's beautiful eyes flashed as she lightly snorted. "You'll have to tell me all about it someday, otherwise, I really don't know how many helpers you've hidden away." Seeing Xiao Yiming's gentle appearance, everyone couldn't help feeling shocked, their expressions becoming playful, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Yihan of 10,000 Flower Palace even laughed. "Young Lady Qiu, if you want to subdue Yang Kai, wouldn't that be a piece of cake?" "He doesn't like me," Xiao Yiming replied half-truthfully, quietly observing Yang Kai's reaction. Yang Kai grinned wickedly and said, "I'll go to your room tonight. Let's have a good chat." Xiao Yiming's beautiful face couldn't help paling slightly. His heart still hasn't changed. Han Shaoqi spat disdainfully. Back in that isolated world, all of her women, except for Su Xiaoyu, had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. The past was still vivid in her mind. How could Han Shaoqi forget? Chapter 445. Perhaps because of her status as the great senior sister, Han Shaoqi's temperament was cold. Yi Han was innocent and lovely. Lu Qingru was charming, and Hua Ruoyin was quiet and well-behaved. Staring at Han Shaoqi, Yang Kai seemed to find a bit of Su Yan's shadow in her, his sharp eyes inadvertently becoming soft. The two of them were both great senior sisters in their respective sects, so there were some similarities between them, but Su Yan was undoubtedly colder than Han Shaoqi. Her coldness was reserved for outsiders, but in front of Yang Kai, her ice would only melt like snow in early spring. Han Shaoqi's neck flushed red, and under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she couldn't bear it and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, whispering, "I'm telling the truth. Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Yiming couldn't help snorting. secretly gnashing her teeth, thinking that all men were bad things, seeing a beautiful woman and becoming lustful. The tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes and the deep affection on his face. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. None of the people present were children. How could they not understand? Yang Kai, you don't have to be so direct. Zhuofang laughed dryly. Although senior sister Han is beautiful and we all want to take a few more glances at her, we can only sneak a peek. Why are you being so obvious? Han Shaoqi was already feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Kai. So hearing this, her face reddened and she glared at Zhuofang. You're not a good thing either. You're just jackals of the same tribe. Zhuofang suddenly laughed. Yang Kai didn't answer, nor did he explain, the strange look in his eyes gradually converging, becoming extremely calm. Immediately, turning his head, he looked out of the hall. Ding ding ding. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Dong Dong's face showed a trace of anxiety, and after coming in, he didn't greet the others, instead hurriedly saying, Yang Kai, something's happened. You have to take people out to see what's going on. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned and asked. The others also couldn't help wearing dignified expressions. In the inheritance war, there was always an unexpected situation. Since they had chosen to come to Yang Kai's government to help him, they would naturally be prepared to fight at any moment. Qing Yan's group has arrived in War City, but he was stopped in the city. They're here. Yang Kai's expression shook as a look of joy appeared on his face, not daring to delay. Hurrying out, he shouted, Jiao, come with me. Without the protection of a blood warrior, appearing in broad daylight was a very dangerous thing to do. No, you have to mobilize at least half of the support you have now. You still don't know the situation over there. There was some cold sweat on Fatty Dong's forehead. It was obvious that when he received the news, he was also shocked. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He nodded and said, then the Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, and Duanmu family will follow me. Chiu Yiming, you stay. And the Chiu family's first young lady replied in a low voice. What about us? Han Shaoqi asked. Everyone should also stay and rest. This time it shouldn't be a big deal. Saying so, Yang Kai and Dong Qing Han hurriedly rushed out. As they rushed out, Dong Qing Han blew a loud whistle, and in the next moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from inside the mansion. When Yang Kai arrived at the door, Hua Stars and Xiang Tian Shao had already led a group of people to wait outside. Among them were the 5 Soul Ascension Boundary Masters Yang Kai had met that night. After seeing Yang Kai, they nodded lightly. Greetings, young Lord Kai. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded to the 5 Duanmu family masters. Yang Kai, what happened? Hua Stars asked curiously. This was the first time Yang Kai had gathered people to take the initiative to attack, so he was inevitably curious. I'll tell you as we walk, I don't know. Yang Kai responded casually. A group of people rushed out in a grandiose manner. How could Qing Yin be stopped by someone? As they hurried along, Yang Kai had time to ask. Although she was Xiao Fusheng's disciple, after all, she had only studied the alchemic way for a short time. The fact that she could refine earth-grade pills was already quite impressive. Moreover, with Xiao Fusheng's method of training his disciples, Dong Qing Yin probably hadn't even started learning alchemy yet. Such an alchemist didn't seem to have any value in being stopped. Dong Qing Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was just Qing Yin alone, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a problem. But do you know how many people she brought with her? 30 people. Dong Qing Han said seriously, a total of 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, half of whom are heaven-grade alchemists, while one is mysterious grade. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even the always frivolous Stars couldn't help gaping. Why would people from Medicine King's Valley come to participate in the inheritance war? The Hua family young lord almost thought he had misheard and couldn't believe his ears. Dong Qing Han shook his head. I don't know the specific situation. You'll have to ask Yang Kai. They came here this time to seek refuge with Yang Kai. As he spoke, Dong Qing Han stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, obviously having some speculations in his heart. Hua Stars Hua was shocked. Yang Kai, where did you get so much power to mobilize those idiots from Medicine King's Valley? That group of people's eyes are on top of their heads. Even this young lord isn't worthy of their attention. How are you so powerful? Yang Kai frowned and ignored Hua Star's Hua, his heart filled with anxiety. Dong Qingyin had come, so his little senior sister must have come as well. In War City, she had been stopped by his brothers and sisters. If his little senior sister had an accident because of this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became cold as his yuan qi surged madly. Dong Qinghan and Hua Star's Hua, who were following behind Yang Kai, couldn't help feeling startled, turning their heads in horror. They found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly changed, becoming violent and filled with a faint, bloody smell. This kind of murderous aura gave them goosebumps, and they couldn't help distancing themselves from him. After walking a short distance, though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed as he turned to Xiang Tianshao and said, "Second young master Xiang, don't follow me." Xiang Tianshao didn't say a word and just stared at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. Waving his hand, Yang Kai whispered a few words in Xiang Tianshao's ear, nodding slightly to him. Yang Kai then turned to the 5 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Duanmu family and cupped his fists. Several seniors should also follow second young master Xiang. Qiu Yimeng will know what to do. The 5 Duanmu family masters nodded in unison. Xiang Tianshao then led his own people and the 5 Duanmu family masters back. "What are you doing?" Hua Stars looked puzzled. Yang Kai frowned. "I didn't know the situation was like this before, but now that I know, naturally I need to make some arrangements, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to bring those people back." "They dare attack Medicine King's Valley's people?" Hua Stars stared at him. "Extraordinary times require extraordinary treatment." Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmly said, "If it were me, I would rather offend Medicine King's Valley than allow such a large number of people to help my enemy. Besides, they won't kill anyone. They'll just find a way to abduct Medicine King's Valley's people." Listening to him say this, Dong Qinghan and Hua Stars both nodded lightly. Not killing anyone meant they wouldn't offend Medicine King's Valley too much, so in the future they could prepare some gifts to apologize to Medicine King's Valley. In the middle of War City, the group of people from Medicine King's Valley wearing white robes had all stopped. Dong Qingyin and Xianing Chang stood side by side, while Ani Xiang also stood nearby. From all directions, they were surrounded by several groups of people, and as time passed, more young family young lords were leading a large number of masters to arrive. Even though they were surrounded, the group from Medicine King's Valley still wore an arrogant expression, each of them showing contempt and arrogance. Ani Xiang and Auntie Lan also wore calm expressions. Only Dong Qingyin was gnashing her teeth in anger, while Xianing Chang's beautiful eyes were filled with worry and anxiety, glancing towards the northwest from time to time. Apparently, that direction was the location of her junior brother's mansion. On the other hand, the several groups of people surrounding the group from Medicine King's Valley didn't show the slightest disrespect. Instead, all of them wore flattering smiles on their faces as they bowed respectfully. Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying stood in 4 different directions. In addition to Yang Kang's depressed expression, the other 3 were all glancing at each other vigilantly. Yang Kong was really quite depressed. When this group from Medicine King's Valley entered War City, they had to walk 1,000 meters past his house. By the time someone came to report that 30 alchemists in white robes had suddenly appeared in War City, it was already too late for Yang Kong to rush over. Although he had successfully stopped this group of people, the news had quickly spread, causing Yang Zhao, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying to also appear here. Now that all the young lords were urgently recruiting alchemists and artifact refiners, the appearance of such a large group of people in War City would inevitably attract attention. What made Yang Kong vomit blood, though, was that this group of alchemists was actually from Medicine King's Valley, completely incomparable to the alchemists from ordinary forces. The one leading this group was none other than the young valley master of Medicine King's Valley, Qin Zhe. Although Qin Zhe was more than 40 years old, his old man was still alive, so even in his middle age, he still carried the title of Young Valley Master and was respected by the world. Qin Zhe was also a famous figure in the alchemy world. His aptitude in alchemy was outstanding, and it was not impossible for him to reach the same height as Xiao Fusheng. It was rumored that Qin Zhe had recently passed the test of the Medicine King's Valley Elders and successfully promoted to a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. The four-petal flower embroidered on his chest was the most conclusive evidence of this. Looking at the others, half of them were heaven-grade alchemists, while the rest were earth-grade alchemists, all of them earth-grade top rank. These numerous petals dazzled the eyes of the Yang family young lords, causing them to become envious. With such a group of people, if they could pull them into their camp, how many pills would they be able to refine? How many people could they equip and enhance their strength with these pills? The four Yang family young lords silently calculated in their hearts and were shocked to find that as long as they could supply enough materials, with the help of this group of people, within 3 months, the strength of all the people they controlled would rise to a new level. In other words, with such a group of people, in the future of the inheritance war, they would have a considerable advantage. For a time, no matter who it was, the eyes of the four Yang family young lords turned red and their breathing suddenly became hot. The temptation of these more than 30 alchemists was no less than 30 naked beauties begging for love. Only their demeanor was too arrogant. RS. Chapter 446. However, those who came from Medicine King's Valley were all like this, each one of them looking down on others and arrogant to the extreme. The four young lords didn't seem to care, instead all of them acting as if they were juniors. Brother Qin. Dong Qingyan looked depressed. I told you to disguise yourselves before entering the city, but you didn't listen. Now you've been surrounded like monkeys. What are we supposed to do? It's fine. Qin Zhe waved his hand indifferently. My Medicine King's Valley disciples won't dare attack them. I'll just send them away. Saying so, he swept his eyes around indifferently and coldly said, For young lords, by surrounding this Qin and others here, could it be you want to start a war with my Medicine King's Valley? Without any explanation, a big hat was placed on their heads, causing all of the Yang family young lords to be frightened and quickly wave their hands. We wouldn't dare. Senior Qin is too serious. Qin Zhe coldly snorted. Not long ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded my Medicine King's Valley, burning my peaks and killing my valley disciples. Now you Yang family young lords don't even take us seriously. Good. The Yang family really is the central capital's first young lord. You've got guts. The four young lords all shrank their necks, not daring to answer. Not to mention you four juniors, even if Yang Yinghao saw this Qin, he wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect. Qin Zhe's tone was tough, his attitude was bad, and he refused to back down. Even though Yang Kong and the other young lords were depressed, they didn't dare show it on their faces, all of them squeezing out smiles and apologizing profusely. Although the four Yang family young lords had blocked this group of Medicine King's Valley young lords, they also wanted to pull them into their camp so they could work for them in alchemy. So how could they dare offend them? So in terms of attitude, each of them was more respectful than the other, allowing Qin Zhe to ridicule them. None of them dared to speak back, neither retorting nor backing down. All of them simply stood there with a smile on their faces, making it clear they didn't want to let them go. Yang Zhao waited for Qin Zhe to finish venting before smiling, respectfully saying, Senior Qin, these are guests from afar. If you aren't in a hurry, please come with us. Why don't you come to my house? As soon as they heard this, Yang Zhao, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also hurriedly extended invitations in the most sincere and humble manner, all of them saying they would like to invite Qin Zhe's group to rest. Drink some tea. Qin Zhe coldly snorted and said, No need. I won't accept a reward without any effort. Get out of the way. We have to continue on our way. Yang Zhao and the others seemed to have been nailed to the ground, unable to move, their faces filled with confusion. The people from Medicine King's Valley were even more difficult to deal with than the average peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If he couldn't fight them, it would be difficult to convince them with just words. What made Yang Zhao even more concerned was why this group of people had suddenly appeared in War City. Medicine King's Valley had never participated in the Inheritance War. Now that more than 30 people had suddenly appeared here, they couldn't help but ponder over the profound meaning contained within. If only there was a way to pique their interest. That way, even if he didn't invite them, they would probably take the initiative to go. But what could possibly pique their interest? He thought for a while. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Senior Qin, this junior has a matter he would like to ask. Is it convenient for Senior to discuss? Qin Zhe was annoyed in his heart. but he didn't show it on his face. He snorted and said, "You're blocking my way, so I can't advance or retreat. Now tell me, is it convenient or not?" Yang Zhao knew that Yang Kai wasn't feeling well and didn't continue to provoke him, instead continuing, "This junior has been out for life experience for the past few years and once entered a remote mountain range by mistake. While resting at night, I suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate and found a very strange world spirit treasure. It was a flower with a baby's face and was blooming with 7-colored light." Qin Zai's expression was extremely ugly, but when he heard Yang Zhao mention this, he couldn't help showing a trace of excitement, staring at him eagerly, seemingly forgetting his anger. "And then?" Qin Zai hurriedly asked, wanting to know what happened to that 7-colored flower. Seeing that Yang Zhao had successfully attracted Qin Zai's interest with the topic of spirit medicines, the other Yang family young lords couldn't help feeling annoyed, secretly hating their second brother for being so quick-witted. Knowing that they couldn't use force to deal with these people from Medicine King's Valley, bringing up such a topic was just what they wanted. All of them quickly began racking their brains, trying to recall what kind of precious treasures they had obtained over the years. That world spirit treasure also developed sentience. This junior wanted to reach out and pluck it, but unexpectedly it ran away. "Idiot!" Qin Zai cursed. Yang Zhao didn't show the slightest annoyance and instead continued with a smile. "Yes, this junior was foolish and didn't think too much about it at the time, allowing it to escape. What was the final result? Did you manage to obtain that spirit flower?" Yang Zhao smiled and nodded. Fortunately, this junior was fast enough to catch up with it and harvest it. After returning to the sect, I made some inquiries and found out that it was a black-grade high-rank 7-colored ghost nascent flower. This junior listened to the advice of an alchemist and sealed the 7-colored ghost nascent flower with a spirit array and raised it in a patch of sand. It was fine before, but a few days ago, it seemed to be showing signs of withering. I don't know what happened." "Idiot. A complete idiot." Qin Zai flew into a rage, as if his wife had been taken advantage of, his face filled with anger. "Who told you that the 7-colored ghost infant flower had to be raised in sand?" "Please enlighten me, senior," Yang Zhao hurriedly asked. Qin Zai calmed his anger and showed a look of disdain, casually saying, "The 7-colored ghost infant flower is born with the ability to emit a sound similar to a baby's cry. If a cultivator is allowed to hear this sound for many years, it will be beneficial to the growth of their soul. On top of that, this spirit flower can be refined into a mysterious grade pill that can nourish one's soul." What senior says is right, but the grade of this spirit flower is too high. In this world, besides Grandmaster Xiao, I'm afraid no one would dare to refine it. So this junior has been raising it ever since. Yang Zhao nodded solemnly. Who said that no one but Grandmaster Xiao can refine it? Although Qin Zai showed an expression of disdain, he didn't say anything more, simply saying, "However, this spirit flower naturally prefers the cold, so if it is raised in sand to provide it with energy, it won't have any problems in the short term, but after a long time, its medicinal efficacies will begin to fade and it will naturally show signs of withering. Your Yang family has deep financial resources, so it shouldn't be a problem to obtain some ice crystals filled with world energy, right? The alchemist who suggested this to you is an idiot, an insult to the title of alchemist." "So that's how it is," Junior understands. Yang Zhao suddenly understood. Qin Zai nodded, his face filled with arrogance as he said, "It's not too late to learn now. If you wait another half a year, this spirit flower will have no value at all." Yes, as Senior Qin says, this junior will immediately follow Senior's instructions. Saying so, Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he continued, "But this junior is clumsy. If Senior is willing," Qin Zai sneered, "I won't go. No matter what you say, this Qin won't go." Yang Zhao was stunned, never having expected Qin Zai to refuse so bluntly. This shouldn't be the case. Normally, when this group of alchemists heard about a mysterious grade top-rank alchemy material, shouldn't they all follow him around and insist on seeing it? Why was it different this time? Seeing Qin Zai refuse Yang Zhao, the other Yang family young lords were secretly pleased, but soon their brows furrowed. Qin Zai's refusal to listen to reason this time made them feel quite troubled. Just as they were feeling helpless, another group of people arrived. The eyes of the four brothers couldn't help shrinking because the person who had just arrived was actually Yang Wei. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Wei had not taken any action, but today, people from Medicine King's Valley suddenly appearing in War City had alarmed him. Towards this big brother of theirs, the four brothers all felt a bit of awe, secretly remaining vigilant while allowing Yang Wei to step forward. Yang Wei greets Senior. Arriving in front of Qin Zhe and the others, Yang Wei greeted indifferently. N. Qin Zhe nodded faintly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. Junior has a request. I wonder if Senior can agree. Qin Zhe frowned, glancing over Yang Wei for a moment before saying lightly, as long as you don't ask me to perform alchemy for you, I'm willing to listen to your request. Yang Wei nodded. I would like to ask Senior and everyone here to perform alchemy for me. As soon as this statement came out, everyone secretly shivered. They had all come here to block this group from Medicine King's Valley with this purpose in mind, but none of them dared to say it out loud. They had all been observing each other and using their own methods, but none of them had expected Yang Wei to be so blunt. In an instant, everyone became a little nervous, not knowing what kind of decision Qin Zhe would make. If Qin Zhe agreed, the four of them would have no choice but to die. Surprisingly, Qin Zhe didn't become angry and instead just smiled towards Yang Wei, young family eldest brother, and, I like your temperament, but this Qin didn't come to War City this time to help you. Yang Wei didn't show much surprise or loss on his face, simply nodding and cupping his fists. Many thanks for your hospitality, Senior. Saying so, he turned around and left, his movements clean and without the slightest hesitation. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, heard some unusual meaning from Qin Zhe's words and hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior Qin, who did you come to War City this time to help? No one. We just came here to study the alchemic way. Qin Zhe coldly snorted, unwilling to say more. Yang Zhao was stunned. Study the alchemic way? Who would Medicine King's Valley's people want to study the alchemic way from? Especially since these words came out of Qin Zhe's mouth. One had to know that he was one of the few mysterious great alchemists in this world. This reason was too far-fetched. Considering all this, Yang Zhao's face gradually became heavy. Of the Yang family young lords who had participated in the Inheritance War, 5 had appeared, but none of them had been able to persuade Qin Zhe, so there were only 2 left. Yang Quan was impossible. Could it be? Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became horrified. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, a cold snort sounded from the distance and a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yang Kai took the lead and walked straight towards the group from Medicine King's Valley. Behind him, Xinghua followed with a light smile, waving his folding fan as he greeted each of the Yang family young lords one by one, as if they were all familiar with each other. Chapter 447. There were no blood warriors around Yang Kai, but everyone present, as long as they had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, could still clearly feel that there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. Ingjiu. This powerful blood warrior was definitely lurking nearby. Once someone dared to act against Yang Kai, they would definitely be ruthlessly attacked. The blood warriors who followed the young lords immediately reported this discovery to their superiors. They're all here. Yang Kang's face was gloomy, obviously not very happy. Originally, he could have enjoyed the benefits of being in such a favorable position, but now, everyone in War City knew that Medicine King's Valley had appeared here, attracting one enemy after another to compete with him. Among the crowd, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes suddenly froze as they stared at Yang Kai's figure, her heart overflowing with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's eyes also turned towards her, the murderous intent and coldness in his eyes instantly disappearing, replaced by infinite gentleness, his lips curling up slightly as he revealed a smile. Being stared at like this, Xianing Cheng suddenly became shy. Obviously, she wanted to see how this junior brother of hers was doing recently and whether there had been any changes, but she still couldn't help averting her gaze, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heart began to race. Xianing Cheng's shyness blossomed into a different kind of charm. Although she was always wearing a veil and no one could see her true face, no one doubted that she was a stunning beauty. Her beauty was the kind of beauty that was reserved and restrained. Because the existence of the veil was not eye-catching, it did not steal the limelight. But it was precisely because of this kind of half-concealment that it made her even more attractive. Everyone wanted to know what kind of peerless beauty was hidden under that veil. The flirtatious glances between Yang Kai and her naturally didn't escape the attention of those who were observing them. In an instant, the expressions of the several Yang family young lords became ugly. Unlike them, their ninth brother seemed to have some kind of relationship with this woman. This was what it meant to be in a favorable position. Junior brother Yang, Qin Zhe, who had always been arrogant, actually greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face, becoming incomparably amiable. Moreover, when they heard this form of address, they were confused. Brother Qin. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He then turned his gaze to the two beautiful women in front of him and said seriously, Aunt Xiang, Aunt Lan. The two beautiful women responded with a smile, their attitudes friendly. Treasurer Meng. Meng Wuya nodded. Seeing the scene of Yang Kai greeting this group of people, Yang Zhao's eyes shrank sharply. Only now did he realize that the identities of these two beautiful women were also extraordinary. These two beautiful women? They seemed to be the two maidservants who lived on Hidden Cloud Peak and served Xiao Fusheng's daily life. For several dozen years, he had been living in seclusion on Hidden Cloud Peak, never leaving the mountain. But today he had actually come to War City. It was rumored that these two beautiful women were ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. However, no one dared to show them the slightest disrespect. Because they had given up their most beautiful years, silently taking care of Xiao Fusheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. If not for their careful service, there may not have been the Grandmaster Xiao Fusheng of today. In Xiao Fusheng's eyes, these two women were definitely important figures. Why would such people come to War City? Was it Xiao Fusheng's idea? Why would Xiao Fusheng do this? Considering all this, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit horrified. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, his eyes filled with dread. Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also saw the subtle atmosphere in the field. This group of people from Medicine King's Valley were so friendly with Yang Kai. Obviously, they were here to seek refuge with him. If it were any other great force, they could still offend them and use a strong stance to intercept them here or expel them from War City. But against Medicine King's Valley, they didn't dare make any big moves. So all of them turned their eyes to Yang Zhao, hoping he would be able to come up with a solution. Yang Zhao couldn't see the situation in front of him, but even if these people were from Medicine King's Valley, even if he couldn't afford to offend them, this time he had to, otherwise, the situation would only become more and more troublesome in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao said, Senior Qin, Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war. Why have you come to break the balance this time? Please give us juniors an explanation. Qin Zhe's face showed a trace of impatience as he coldly said, Second young lord. This Qin has already said that this time my valleys, people have come here only to learn the alchemic way, not to participate in the inheritance war. Your Yang family's life and death battle has nothing to do with my Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao smiled lightly and calmly said, Since you have come to perform alchemy, how about Senior come to my house to perform alchemy? All the materials you need can be provided. Even the 7-colored ghost nascent flower that this junior mentioned before can be given to Senior. Qin Zhe frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Nonsense. What kind of alchemy master does your house have that my Medicine King's Valley disciples can learn from? If my house doesn't have one, could it be Ninth Brother's house has one? Yang Zhao's tone gradually became tough. Obviously, he knew that it was impossible to convince these arrogant alchemists with just empty words. Since soft tactics didn't work, he could only use hard tactics. As he spoke, Yang Zhao winked to the other Yang family young lords, all of them understanding and secretly preparing themselves. Yes. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe actually responded. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that the excuses these Medicine King's Valley disciples were finding were too lame. Ninth Brother's house hadn't recruited any alchemists these past few days, and even if he had, there was no alchemist who could allow these Medicine King's Valley disciples to learn from. His expression gradually becoming cold, Yang Zhao helplessly shook his head and said, Since Senior has decided to act this way, this junior has nothing to say. The reason why Medicine King's Valley is so respected is not only because it is the gathering place of all the world's elite alchemists, but also because Medicine King's Valley has maintained a neutral stance for thousands of years. Since Senior wants to break this tradition that has been maintained for thousands of years, please forgive this Junior for being disrespectful. Shinzei shouted, "Don't tell me you want to fight. We have no other choice. Please forgive us, Senior. But please rest assured, these junior brothers will be careful not to hurt any of your valley's disciples." Yang Zhao's expression remained indifferent, saying all the good and bad words he wanted to say. First, he wanted to use the word reason, so that in the future when this matter spread out, the world wouldn't blame him. As he spoke, the group of masters behind Yang Zhao all stepped forward. At the same time, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also issued orders. The three of them didn't have the same courage as Yang Zhao and were somewhat reluctant to offend Medicine King's Valley. But now that things had reached this point, they had no other choice but to temporarily join forces with Yang Zhao to put pressure on Qin Zhe and the others while secretly praying that this group of alchemists wouldn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It would be best if everyone could take a step back and peacefully resolve this matter. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. The crowd watching the lively scene all gaped, secretly marveling at the boldness of the Yang family young lords. Although Medicine King's Valley had been attacked by the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land last time and had suffered heavy losses, even destroying the Pill Saint statue, it was still Medicine King's Valley. These three words carried unparalleled weight. No one had ever dared to offend Medicine King's Valley like this, but today, someone had set the precedent. "Do you think I don't exist?" Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, sneered at this moment, his face filled with murderous intent. "If you want to touch my people, you'll have to go through me first." Yang Zhao gently shook his head. "Ninth brother, although I admit that you're not weak right now, with only these few people you brought with you, isn't it a bit unrealistic to think you can protect this group of people? Don't lose your troops just to accompany them, madam, and be eliminated early." Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also immediately glared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with unkind intentions. Against Medicine King's Valley, they were hesitant to act, but against Yang Kai, they couldn't wait to destroy him. "Second brother, you can try," Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he swept his eyes over the people Yang Kai had brought with him. There were only two groups. One was from the Hua family with two powerful Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, not inferior to an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Master. The other group was from the Dong family with two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. In addition, there were also a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and a group of Yuan Qi Masters. Ying Jiao was hiding in the dark, his whereabouts unknown. Although such a group of people wasn't weak, under the joint attack of so many parties, they were obviously at an absolute disadvantage. Why was his ninth brother still so calm? Last night's incident made Yang Zhao realize that Yang Kai wasn't as easy to deal with as he had thought. This ninth brother of his was extremely insidious and was good at concealing his strength. His methods were often unique and had a unique style. It was impossible for him to bring people to their deaths without making preparations. What about his other allies? According to the information he had gathered, 11 groups of people had gathered under his command over the past few days, but there were only 2 groups here. Where were the other 9? Considering all this, Yang Zhao's expression changed, and he couldn't help feeling aghast. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Yang Zhao found that his smile was full of trepidation. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Yang Zhao shouted, "Fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, let's join forces and teach ninth brother how to respect his elder brothers. We'll follow second brother's orders." The 3 nodded. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts were activated at the same time at this moment, enveloping the people Yang Kai had brought with him. All 4 sides joined forces to deal with Yang Kai, and in an instant, the Dong and Hua family groups fell into a difficult situation. All the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters summoned their defensive artifacts and tried their best, but still failed to block all the attacks. Hua Xing, Dong Qinghan, and Yang Kai also used their own methods to find a safe position in the midst of the energy storm. Seeing Yang Kai's group struggling to cope, Yang Kong and the others couldn't help feeling happy, seemingly imagining the scene of them defeating Yang Kai today. However, Yang Zhao didn't think so. With Ingzhou hiding nearby, it would be too difficult to capture Yang Kai, unless the four young lords dispatched 2 or 3 blood warriors, but that would also expose them to danger. Capture them! Yang Zhao shouted angrily, taking advantage of the chaos brought by Yang Kai to turn his eyes to the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Chapter 448. Under Yang Zhao's order, many masters rushed towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples. The Medicine King's Valley disciples, in addition to their superb alchemy techniques, didn't have high cultivation, so in the eyes of these masters, they were nothing more than a group of sheep waiting to be captured. Without using any powerful means, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters simply flew towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples, each of them stretching out a big hand and grabbing towards the approaching alchemists. Qinzhe stood in place, indifferent, as if he wasn't worried at all that his valley's disciples would be taken away. The 30 alchemists wearing white robes were also calm and collected, completely unperturbed by this sudden turn of events. Yang Zhao didn't feel the slightest uneasiness. Even if alchemists were arrogant, in the face of crisis, they should have an instinctive reaction and panic. But these people didn't show any such reaction. Why? Just as those experts were about to approach the alchemist camp, the gem on Xiaoning Chang's forehead suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Immediately, a pale blue light spread out in a semicircle, enveloping all the disciples of the Medicine King's Valley. Many of the masters who were caught off guard bumped into this light curtain and couldn't help feeling an amazing elasticity, causing them to jump back and frown. Sure enough, they were prepared. Yang Zhao had long known that the Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't be easily captured, so when he saw this light curtain, he didn't show much surprise. Instead, his expression became more resolute as he waved his hand and shouted, "Break it!" If this group of people just wanted to rely on a good defensive artifact to block the path of these masters, it was obviously a miscalculation. This artifact was indeed quite good. But these cultivators weren't mediocre either. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts bloomed once again, and the light curtain created by Xiaoning Cheng really seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't show any signs of panic. Yang Zhao's eyes became deep as he stared at the movements of the Medicine King's Valley disciples, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger and stronger, making him want to immediately leave this place. Just as the light curtain began to crack and was about to shatter, a series of stars suddenly lit up in the sky. Amidst the destruction of the starlight, clusters of light suddenly flew out and transformed into sharp weapons at an incredible speed. These sharp weapons made of pure yuan qi were extremely dazzling. The fluctuations were intense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of the sharp weapons seemed to have been thrown out by someone with great strength. Countless ear-piercing sounds rang out, and the starlight was dazzling. It was like an extremely sharp knife, pressing forward with an indomitable will, cutting through metal and breaking stone. Unstoppable. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they all moved to the side, avoiding these attacks that were emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. A series of yuan qi weapons were blocked by these masters, but the resulting shockwaves forced everyone to retreat again and again. Some of the weaker Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters even coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, their faces pale. Only those above the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage. That was why he was unharmed. Yang Zhao's eyes immediately turned to the only old man among the Medicine King's Valley disciples. Yang Zhao couldn't see through this old man's origins, nor did he make any moves, but Yang Zhao still instinctively stared at him, not knowing why. Yang Zhao felt that the move just now was the work of this old man. However, this seemingly harmless old man also gave him an inexplicable and strange pressure. One move, just one move, without even using his full strength, had actually forced back 7 or 8 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Just how strong was this person? It couldn't be an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, right? How could there be such a master in Medicine King's Valley? The masters who had been repelled all stared at each other in shock, none of them knowing who had just attacked them. Everyone was bewildered, guessing inwardly. The stars in the sky suddenly converged rapidly, transforming into a single star ring the size of a baby's palm that was held by the masked woman. An artifact. Yang Zhao's eyes trembled as he stared at this incredible change. He had thought that there was a peerless master hidden among the Medicine King's Valley disciples, but never had he imagined that the blow just now was actually the result of an artifact. Only an artifact of mystic grade mid-rank or above could possess such a formidable power. Looking at the masked woman again, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. He was a direct descendant of the Yang family, the second eldest, but even he didn't have such a profound heritage. What was the background of this woman? The two artifacts she had summoned before and after were both extraordinary, so who knew if she had more artifacts on her? Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting to the blood warrior and Yi Xianro beside him, "Let's go." Go? Yi Xianro was also sizing up Xianing Chong, comparing herself to her, but still couldn't figure out anything. Suddenly hearing this sentence, she couldn't help gawking. By the time she reacted, Yang Zhao had already taken the blood warrior and quietly left. Yi Xianro hurriedly caught up with him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Second young lord, why did you give up so easily? This isn't like your style." Before Yang Zhao could answer, a person appeared in front of him and anxiously reported, "Second young lord, there's been a big movement in Yang Kai's mansion. 9 groups of people have been dispatched. Only Chu Gaoi has been left behind to guard the central hall." "I know." Yang Zhao couldn't help speeding up his pace, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Ninth brother is really bold, actually leaving behind only one blood warrior to guard the mansion. He's won." Yi Xianro couldn't help her beautiful face going pale, only now understanding why Yang Zhao had left so decisively. It wasn't because he wanted to retreat. With the 4 Yang family brothers joining forces, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to protect his group of alchemists. If things continued like this, all the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley would definitely be taken away. But that would take time. During this time, where would the 9 groups of people in Yang Kai's mansion go? If they went to Yang Zhao's mansion, would the people in it be able to defend it? Attacking the enemy's most important task was to rescue them, and Yang Kai could easily resolve the current crisis. Therefore, Yang Zhao had to leave. Not only did Yang Zhao have to leave, but Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also had to return quickly, because no one could be sure whether the 9 groups of people would take advantage of his absence to visit his mansion. No one could underestimate the strength of these 9 groups of people. What's more, the masked woman actually possessed a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. Her identity was definitely extraordinary. Before figuring out the true identity of this woman, Yang Zhao didn't dare move against her. Almost at the same time Yang Zhao received the news, Yang Kong also received the news. Yang Shun and Yang Ying also received reports from their subordinates, and both of them couldn't help muttering under their breath as they stared towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai simply grinned at them. There was a hint of slyness and smugness in his smile. "Where's second brother?" Yang Kong swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of Yang Zhao, causing his expression to become cold and gloomy. Because he found that he had been abandoned by his second brother, his heart suddenly filled with depression. "Ninth brother, you're really something. Today's matter ends here. Fifth brother will teach you a lesson next time." Yang Kong coldly snorted and waved his hand. Yang Kai quickly took his people and left. "Ninth brother, thank you for your advice." Yang Shun also angrily waved his hand and quickly retreated. The next moment, Yang Ying's people also scattered like birds and beasts. In an instant, the original battle subsided, causing those who had been watching the fun to be extremely confused. None of them understood why the 4 Yang family brothers had chosen to retreat when they had the absolute upper hand. Not only did they not understand, but the people from Medicine King's Valley also didn't understand. Instead, Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and found that this little brat had grown a lot over the past few years. Whether it was his wisdom or strength, both seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Yang Kai didn't try to stop the 4 brothers from leaving. He hadn't brought many people with him, so if they really fought, it wouldn't be good for them. Meng Wuya also didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, so Yang Kai naturally didn't try to provoke them and let them go. Everyone, you must have been frightened. Yang Kai walked over to the Medicine King's Valley disciples and cupped his fists. It's fine. Qin Zhe waved his hand. The disciples weren't hurt. Yang Kai nodded and turned his eyes to Xianing Chong, calmly saying, "Little senior sister, I missed you." His words were sincere, without the slightest hint of pretentiousness, as if he was just casually speaking the words in his heart. Xianing Chong stared at him blankly, her watery eyes immediately replaced by surprise and shyness, not daring to answer, her long eyelashes trembling. Hey, in front of this old master, flirting with this old master's disciple, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The veins on Meng Wuya's forehead throbbed, his face filled with dissatisfaction. Although he also knew that Yang Kai's future was limitless, seeing his precious disciple's attitude towards Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Did cousin miss me? Dong Qingyin jumped out and asked with a smile. No, Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Qingyin suddenly pursed her lips and glared at Yang Kai bitterly, muttering, "Smelly cousin, rotten cousin, I hate you so much." Yang Kai didn't care and just smiled at everyone. Let's go back to the house first. His four brothers had to return to defend, so Yang Kai also had to return quickly. Only Chu Gaoi was left in the house, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The group from Medicine King's Valley had originally followed Xianing Chong to join Yang Kai, so naturally there was no objection. With him leading the group, they all returned. Looking at Xianing Chong and Yang Kai flying at the front of the group, smiling and chatting, Lan Shudai couldn't help showing a wry smile. It seemed that she had also had the opportunity to build a good relationship with this junior brother in the past. But at that time, she hadn't grasped the opportunity and chose to abandon him when he was at his most difficult. By the time she turned back, it was already too late. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion and taking refuge with the Dong family, Lan Shudai no longer thought about High Heaven Pavilion, but as the news of the Yang family's inheritance war spread, she once again heard the name Yang Kai. Only now did she realize just how precious a piece of jade she had thrown away was. It was ridiculous that she had thought it was just a grain of sand at that time. Sister Lan. Beside her, Dong Qinghan suddenly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "My cousin, although he is young, has spent the past few years in the outside world and has experienced many different aspects of life. Coupled with his background and strength, he is quite strong and holds grudges. However, as long as we show enough sincerity, I think we should be able to move him. After all, he is also a man of flesh and blood." Chapter 449. When Dong Qinghan's words reached her ears, Lan Shudai's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at him with a smile. Why did young master suddenly think of saying such things? Dong Qinghan shrugged. It was just a casual remark. Saying so, he began chatting with Dong Qingyin, as if he really was just speaking casually. Lan Shudai opened her mouth, wanting to say a few more words about Yang Kai to Dong Qinghan, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Looking at the figure in front of her, Lan Shudai slowly shook her head, knowing that in this lifetime, she would never have such a good opportunity again. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the mansion. The house was quiet, with no one in sight. Except for Chu Gao-yi and the ordinary maidservants who were guarding the main hall, everyone else had been taken out by Chiao Yi-ming. Yang Kai was busy arranging for the people from Medicine King's Valley to enter the main hall and serving tea. He didn't even have time to exchange a few words with his little senior sister. The people from Medicine King's Valley were not hypocritical or polite, and they didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider, so the atmosphere was naturally lively and harmonious. After an hour, Chiao Yi-ming led her people back. She had taken the 9 groups of people to stroll around War City and didn't really attack anyone, but even so, it was enough to deter the other Yang family young lords. Yang Kai introduced his helpers to Qin Zhe one by one. Qin Zhe just nodded lightly in response, not saying much. The arrogance of an alchemist was obvious, and this was only because of Yang Kai's face. If it were any other time, Qin Zhe probably wouldn't even be willing to meet with these people. Chiao Yi-ming quickly arranged the accommodations for the Medicine King's Valley young lady. Qin Zhe still gave her some face, smiling and saying a few words, praising the Chiao family for having a successor, causing Chiao Yi-ming to laugh modestly. Soon, everything was arranged properly. While Chiu Yiming was busy, Yang Kai was also busy. This time, Yang Kai's original plan had been disrupted, so tonight he had to set up some defenses. This was to prevent his brothers from joining forces to launch a sneak attack on him. After working until late at night, Yang Kai finally had some free time, just as he was about to go to rest. But she was stopped by the Chiu family's first miss in the shadows. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at the pair of beautiful eyes in the darkness and asked in confusion. "Himph, I was just about to ask you what you were going to do, leaving in such a hurry." Chiu Yiming stood in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes sweeping over him. "None of your business." Chiu Yiming snorted and said in a strange tone, "Even if you don't say it, I know you're going to find that little senior sister of yours, right?" "Yes," Yang Kai admitted frankly. "I knew your relationship wasn't ordinary." Chiu Yiming felt a little sour in her heart as she curled her lips and asked, "Is she from your sect?" "Yes, he's also from High Heaven Pavilion. But why do I see that Qin Zhe's group is very respectful to her? He seems to be even more respectful than you. She's not that old." "That's strange. Is there some inside story?" Chiu Yiming looked puzzled. When arranging the accommodations for the group from Medicine King's Valley, she had heard the conversation between Qin Zhe and Xiaoning Chong. That was clearly the respectful attitude of a junior towards an elder, which made her feel a little unusual. "There are some reasons, but I can't explain them clearly. You'll understand in a few days." Yang Kai didn't explain. "This should be a group of people you plan to help, right?" "It's in the plan, but I didn't expect so many people to come." Chiu Yiming smiled. 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, and one of them is mysterious great. "Yang Kai, you've really struck it rich. If this news spreads out, there will definitely be many people coming to join you." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "There are advantages and disadvantages. You should understand this better than I do." Chiu Yiming nodded. "You don't want to stand out, but now you're already a tall tree that attracts the wind. What will you do in the future? Do you still want to keep a low profile?" "Why not?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, you seem to only see the sensational effect of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley, but not their combat effectiveness. Now that they've come to join me, it's true that they will make my brothers worry, but don't forget, this group of people doesn't have much cultivation. When my brothers calm down and understand this point, they won't take them seriously anymore." Chiu Yiming was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was also a little excited by their arrival and neglected this point. Even with the addition of this group of alchemists, it would take at least 3 months for Yang Kai's group to improve their cultivation qualitatively. Moreover, this was under the premise that there was an adequate supply of materials. 3 months was enough time for a lot of things to happen. What's more, they also had alchemists in their respective houses, but the overall level of those alchemists couldn't be compared to this group from Medicine King's Valley. If they really calculated, it would take at least 3 months for this group of people from Medicine King's Valley to improve the cultivation of Yang Kai's group, and at least 6 months to open up the gap between them and the cultivator from the other houses. Today's matter could only be said that the Yang family's younger generation was shocked by the arrival of Medicine King's Valley's alchemists and made a big fuss out of nothing. Chiu Yiming pondered for a moment before whispering, "So, the addition of Medicine King's Valley's people won't have much of an impact on them, at least in the short term. However, as time passed, the role of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley would only grow. Let's see if they can figure it out." Yang Kai grinned, his 2 rows of white teeth glowing in the darkness, causing Chiu Yiming to be stunned. Frowning, Chiu Yiming suddenly chuckled. "I found that your attitude towards me these past few days has been a little different, not as cold as before." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was also taken aback. In retrospect, this was indeed the case. In the past, Chiu Yiming was too shrewd and calculating, so he didn't want to get close to this woman. However, as the inheritance war unfolded, Chiu Yiming had left the Chiu family and joined his camp. Perhaps because of this, his attitude towards her had inadvertently changed. "Have you discovered my charm and begun to like me?" Chiu Yiming chuckled, her eyes filled with provocation. Yang Kai stared at her, the corners of his mouth slowly rising, but without saying anything, he simply approached her step by step. The Chiu family's first young lady suddenly paled. glancing around and discovering that there was no one around. She couldn't help taking a step back, directly blocking her path. In the next moment, a hot breath rushed towards her as Yang Kai put on a frivolous expression, stretching out one hand and placing the other on her shoulder, looking down at her. The distance between the two of them was less than an inch, so the oppressive feeling coming from him caused Qiu Yiming to panic. She quickly realized that stopping him here to chat was the wrong choice. She shouldn't have said those words to provoke him. What do you want to do? Qiu Yiming's breathing quickened as her eyes flashed. 500 meters to the left, Xiang Tianxiao is lying in ambush. 300 meters to the right is where the two Hua family masters are hiding, and 800 meters in front of me is where the 3 Duan Mu family masters are hiding. I'm warning you not to act recklessly. Heh. Yang Kai laughed strangely. What are you afraid of? We're allies. I just want to get closer to you. Even if we want to get closer, you don't have to be like this. Just stay away from me. Qiu Yiming had never been so anxious before, not daring to look at Yang Kai's aggressive eyes, her body pressed against the wall, unable to escape. I can get closer. Do you want to try? Yang Kai smiled wickedly, silently and mysteriously. The Qiu family's first young lady raised her eyes and glared at him hatefully, her heart filled with bitterness. But when she saw the sly smugness in his eyes, her eyes suddenly lit up. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck like water snakes, softly saying, "Good, come on. I want to see how you'll have the face to see your little senior sister." As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her perky breasts against Yang Kai's chest, full of provocation. Yang Kai's eyes blinked, immediately reaching out and pinching Qiu Yiming's cheeks, letting go of her with a laugh. Playing around is fine, but don't get serious with me. I can't take it. His voice gradually faded away, and by the time Qiu Yiming recovered from her shock, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Beast! Qiu Yiming felt extremely wronged. Reaching out and touching her face, it hurt like hell. This smelly man didn't know how to control his strength and didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex. After feeling wronged for a while, Qiu Yiming stared at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, a look of loss filling her face. It was undeniable that this man was the best she had ever seen so far, and quite possibly the best in this world. Such a man was more than qualified to be worthy of her, and she also had a good impression of him. But Qiu Yiming didn't dare have any thoughts about him, because such a man would not be bound by her. Compared to being with him, Qiu Yiming wanted to see how far this man could go, and what height he would eventually stand at, overlooking all living things. Perhaps when that day came, she would be able to abandon everything and follow him, but definitely not now. The door to Xia Ningcheng's room was tightly shut. A young girl with a veil on her face was sitting at the table, deep in thought. The lights around her flickered, just like her mood, undulating up and down. The words Yang Kai had said to her during the day still rang in her ears, and every time she thought about it, Xia Ningcheng's heart filled with sweetness. Her delicate face was always filled with a happy and shy smile, but unfortunately, no one was fated to see it. Yang Kai had never said such direct and shameful words to her. Thinking about this deeply, Xia Ningcheng's cheeks became even redder, covering her face with both hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The days she spent in High Heaven Pavilion were the sweetest and happiest days of her life, but unfortunately, those days did not last long. Suddenly, the door to her room opened and closed, and a figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Xia Ningcheng awoke from her contemplation and only had time to cry out before she was picked up and placed on the bed. The yuan qi and divine sense that had just been condensed immediately dissipated. Although she didn't see what this person looked like, Xia Ningcheng smelled a familiar scent and already knew who it was. Chapter 450. Under the flickering light, Xia Ningcheng sat on Yang Kai's lap, held in his arms. Her expression was timid as she secretly glanced at her junior brother, then quickly looked away. Her delicate earlobes immediately turned bright red, small and cute. Yang Kai gazed at her with a smile, full of affection. His burning gaze seemed to be able to melt Xia Ningcheng. Silence was better than words. This simple contact had already vented their longing for each other, leaving behind only sweetness and happiness. Xianing Cheng felt satisfied for the first time. Although Yang Kai used to look at her affectionately when he saw her, he had never been so direct and undisguised like this. He still has me in his heart, the girl thought to herself as a smile bloomed on her delicate face. She shrunk her delicate body into Yang Kai's arms. An invisible divine sense suddenly enveloped Yang Kai. The divine sense was mixed with some information and directly transmitted to Yang Kai's mind. Stinking brat, this old man is next door. Don't force me to destroy you now. Receiving this information, Yang Kai faintly smiled. He also condensed his divine sense and transmitted it to the room next door. Treasurer Ming, peeping at your own disciple is very immoral behavior. You should have some self-respect. When this information was transmitted, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the divine sense belonging to Meng Wuya suddenly shook, as if it was frightened. After a while, a strange cry came from the room next door. Master, what's wrong? Xianing Cheng hurriedly raised her head and asked. It's nothing. He probably had a nightmare. Xianing Cheng pursed her lips and smiled. She clearly knew that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Since Yang Kai said so, Meng Wuya could no longer hide it. He said in a muffled voice, when you have time, come find me. I have some things to ask you. Yes, I also have some things to ask you. Yang Kai nodded gently. Meng Wuya slowly withdrew his divine sense. He would no longer spy on them. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Xianing Cheng looked at each other and smiled, suddenly feeling a lot more relaxed. Although the two of them knew that Meng Wuya had good intentions, being stared at by such a master with his divine sense still made them feel somewhat restrained. Hugging his little senior sister, he didn't do anything presumptuous. He just enjoyed the warm feeling. Xianing Cheng's body was very soft. There seemed to be no bones. There was also an intoxicating fragrance on her body. It was natural and refreshing. Little senior sister is amazing. You've already reached the immortal ascension boundary first stage. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The last time they had left Hidden Cloud Peak, she had only been around Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but now she had successfully broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. This kind of cultivation speed was not inferior to his own. It's all thanks to Junior Brother. What did you leave behind for me? After I take one drop every day, my cultivation speed is much faster than before. During this period of time, he had been discussing the art of alchemy with the Grandmaster. I've also been studying the spirit array you gave him, so I haven't been cultivating much. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. She hadn't cultivated much, and yet she had already reached this level. If she had been diligent in her cultivation, what would that be like? His little senior sister was indeed blessed by the heavens with a physique advantage. It's myriad drug liquid. It can cleanse one's body. Do you have any more? I have a lot here. Xianing Cheng nodded. I still have some. I only take one drop every day. I also gave it to Master, but it seems to have no effect on Master's injuries. Treasurer Meng is injured? Yang Kai was shocked. How did he get injured? The little senior sister tilted her head, her brow wrinkling slightly as she whispered, I don't know. Master never told me the details. I only know that he is injured and needs me to cultivate diligently in order to help him heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. A master like Meng Wuya was actually injured. Yang Kai had witnessed his strength with his own eyes. Compared to an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, perhaps only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could defeat him. Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no trace of injury. Could it be an old injury? However, if it was just an old injury, the myriad drug liquid should have some effect. Yang Kai's mind raced, and he decided to wait until he had time to find Meng Wuya and ask him about it. Although Treasurer Ming didn't like spending time with his little senior sister, that was out of consideration for his disciple. In fact, Treasurer Ming had always taken good care of him, especially when they were in High Heaven Pavilion. This was something Yang Kai still remembered. Junior brother, do you have any news about Su Yin? Xianing Cheng suddenly asked. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming gloomy as he slowly shook his head. I've already sent people to inquire, but I haven't heard back. I don't know where she and the people from High Heaven Pavilion went. Don't worry, she'll definitely be safe. Xianing Cheng softly said, stretching out her small hand and boldly stroking Yang Kai's hair, trying to comfort him. If she hears you're here, she'll definitely come looking for you. I hope so. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his fluctuating mood, and changed the subject. Little senior sister, what was that thing you used during the day? It actually repelled so many immortal ascension boundary masters with a single move. Xianing Cheng pursed her lips into a smile as she flicked her finger and the star ring that had appeared earlier in the day reappeared. This is what Master gave me after I broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the hidden star ring. According to him, it is a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact and contains 3 of Master's martial skills. I only need to circulate my true chi and divine sense to activate the martial skills inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved, but at the same time, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He had always been puzzled. Even if Xia Ningcheng's physique was unique and she had already reached the immortal ascension boundary, it was impossible for her to display such powerful strength with just a single mysterious grade artifact. In the end, the power of an artifact depended on the cultivator to activate it. Now that he heard her explanation, it made sense. That was equivalent to Meng Wuya using his full strength. How could those immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator block it? Treasurer Meng's heritage is truly profound. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved upwards, his thoughts turning, wondering if he should obtain a few mysterious great artifacts from Meng Wuya. However, with Meng Wuya's stinginess, this matter would be a bit difficult. His treasures would always be given to Xianing Cheng. Others, even Yang Kai, would never be able to take advantage of him. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai returned to his senses and sternly said, Little senior sister, since you've come here, you may be very busy in the future. I'll leave the alchemy matters to you. I need to improve the strength of those people as soon as possible. I like alchemy. Xianing Cheng's eyes curved into crescents. Alchemy is a form of cultivation, and it can also help you. Helping me is one thing, but don't tire yourself out, otherwise Treasurer Meng won't give up. Yang Kai smiled and immediately said, Little senior sister, release your knowledge, see? HM? Xianing Cheng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he said this. I have something to teach you about alchemy. Xianing Cheng couldn't help but light up. Something related to those 2 spirit arrays? Yang Kai nodded. Xianing Cheng immediately released his knowledge sea's defenses, and in the next moment, he felt a terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy invade his knowledge sea. This divine sense was enormous and full of aggressiveness. It was as if it was an indestructible sharp knife. It was also mixed with some cold and evil attributes. Fortunately, this divine sense did not attack her, but even so, Xianing Cheng was still shocked. Inside his knowledge sea, Xianing Cheng's spiritual energy condensed into a phantom and tentatively asked, Junior brother? Yang Kai also condensed his own phantom and nodded. How did you? Xianing Cheng looked at the phantom that was countless times stronger than his own spiritual energy. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai could have such a powerful spiritual energy at the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. I can't explain it clearly, but it's not a bad thing. Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look around, quickly discovering that the feeling his little senior sister's knowledge she gave him was just like her personality, indifferent and fresh. Below him was an endless sea formed from the convergence of spiritual energy threads. Every immortal ascension boundary cultivator would open up their own knowledge sea. As their strength improved and their spiritual energy cultivated, this sea would grow larger and larger, and the energy it contained would also become stronger. Yang Kai had seen Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea before and compared it to Xianing Cheng's. There was a clear difference. The beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea had a vague and seductive aura, but in his little senior sister's knowledge sea, Yang Kai only felt a sense of tranquility from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Xianing Cheng's knowledge sea could purify the evil in one's heart. Above the knowledge sea, 2 phantoms stood facing each other. I'm not familiar with the use of my divine sense right now, so I can only tell you what I know one by one. Just remember it and ask me if you don't understand anything, Yang Kai said. When it came to the use of his divine sense, Yang Kai only had a single soul skill. If he could really use it well, he could wrap the knowledge in his mind with his divine sense, form a light ball of light, and transmit it to his little senior sister without having to go through so much trouble. Xiaoning Chong nodded gently. What Yang Kai wanted to tell Xiaoning Chong was naturally the true alchemic way. Yang Kai had only glimpsed a small part of the true alchemic way's knowledge, but this knowledge included a variety of magical spirit arrays and the experience of many alchemy grandmasters. These things were worthless to the average person, and even to ordinary alchemists, they were too profound and mysterious. However, for an alchemist of the level of Xiaoning Cheng's level, this knowledge was no less than a peerless treasure. With this knowledge, Yang Kai believed that his little senior sister would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in alchemy, perhaps even to an unimaginable degree. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the two phantoms stood there quietly, one speaking and one listening, both very serious. Xiaoning Cheng's comprehension ability was extraordinary, so Yang Kai had some information he didn't quite understand from the true alchemic way's information, but after Xiaoning Cheng explained it to him, he was suddenly enlightened and benefited greatly. Gradually, the two of them changed from simply imparting knowledge to discussing it with each other, each expressing their own views and slowly comprehending the true alchemic way. Chapter 451. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stretched his somewhat numb body. Looking down, he still held his little senior sister in his arms, the two of them maintaining this posture. His little senior sister's mind was still immersed in her knowledge sea, digesting the alchemy knowledge Yang Kai had passed to her. Regarding the true alchemic way, Yang Kai had already told Xiaoning Cheng everything he knew. The rest he hadn't figured out yet, so he could only plan for the future. Looking at the beautiful veiled girl in front of him, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her gently before gently getting up and placing her on the bed. Opening the door and rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After discussing the true alchemic way with Xiaoning Cheng and staying in her knowledge sea for so long, the consumption of his spiritual energy was simply too great. Standing outside the door was a young maidservant with a sweet appearance. When she saw Yang Kai come out, she quickly ran over with small steps, carrying a tray in her hands. On this tray was a large bowl of steaming hot food. "Young master, you've finally come out." The maidservant looked straight at him and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. "This is what young Lady Chiu ordered this servant to make. She said it's for your health, so eat it while it's hot." Yang Kai couldn't help being surprised, wondering why Chiu Ming was so considerate. After hesitating for a moment, he asked casually, "What is this?" The young girl couldn't help blushing slightly as she whispered, "I don't know. Young Lady Chiu just said this is for nourishing the kidney and strengthening the young." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his face go black. "Chiu Ming, what did she mean by this?" "Hee, young master, please enjoy. I've already heated it up many times," the young girl said as she handed over the tray. Yang Kai instinctively took it, but by the time he recovered, the maidservant had already disappeared. Looking at the bowl in his hand, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. Yang Kai's expression was complicated. The door next door suddenly opened and Meng Wuya walked out with a gloomy face. He looked at Yang Kai with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai grinned at him and finished the bowl of soup in one gulp. Then he walked forward and greeted, "Treasurer Meng." Meng Wuya nodded and waved at him. Then, he turned around and walked in. She followed him into the house, and the two sat down. Meng Wuya sized up Yang Kai. There was a questioning look in his eyes. "You already have a divine sense? Or is it the power of an artifact?" Through the divine sense transmission, Treasurer Ming had noticed that there was something different about Yang Kai, so he naturally wanted to ask about it. "It's the divine sense that I cultivated myself," Yang Kai calmly admitted. He had wanted to consult Meng Wuya about some matters, so naturally, he had no intention of hiding anything from him. How is that possible? Even with Treasurer Ming's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had always guessed that Yang Kai might have really cultivated his divine sense, when Yang Kai admitted it himself, he still couldn't believe it. "Little brat, tell me honestly what happened." "I don't know." Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. "It was some kind of opportunity. In any case, I cultivated my divine sense. Meng Wuya couldn't help rolling his eyes. He knew that Yang Kai was reluctant to reveal his secrets, but he didn't force him. Who didn't have secrets? But your divine sense is a bit strange. Strange in what way? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It's too strong. Meng Wuya said seriously. It shouldn't be so strong. This divine sense is comparable to a peak immortal ascension boundary master. You're only Yuan Qi 8th stage. If you really broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, just how strong would your divine sense be? About this, I'd like to consult you. Yang Kai also frowned. Although I have my divine sense, I don't have a knowledge C. Meng Wuya couldn't help but sneer. Nonsense. If you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary, naturally you don't have a knowledge C. A knowledge C is the symbol of an immortal ascension boundary master. Don't you have your divine sense? Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. No, one doesn't have to reach the immortal ascension boundary to have their divine sense. As far as this old master knows, there have been others who were in the same situation as you. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, they were able to cultivate their own divine sense. There are others like me? Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a little stunned. It was only because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that he was able to cultivate his divine sense by chance. But what about others? What method did they use to achieve this? There are only a few, but this old master knows of one such person. Meng Wuya's eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence, but he shook his head again. It's all in the past, but his situation was short-lived. In the early stages of a cultivator's cultivation, they mainly cultivate Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi exists in the Dantian's meridians, but once they reach the immortal ascension boundary, not only must they cultivate their Yuan Qi, but they must also cultivate their divine sense. Similar to Yuan Qi, when one cultivates their divine sense, they also need a place to store it, and that place is their knowledge C. Without a knowledge C, even if a cultivator cultivates their divine sense, it will be like snow melting in early spring, a candle in the wind, dissipating after a few days. That's why this old master said that person's situation was short-lived. But you are different. Your divine sense is very strong. So obviously it wasn't born in a day or two. Meng Wuya smiled slightly, looking deeply at Yang Kai. This old master doesn't know what secrets you are hiding, but I can be sure that you definitely have a way to store your divine sense and not let it dissipate. Yang Kai nodded silently, a trace of admiration appearing on his face. When one's strength reached Meng Wuya's level, it was true that he could infer the truth from small details. He may not know about the existence of the soul-warming lotus, but his inference was definitely not wrong. The place where Yang Kai stored his divine sense was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus in his mind. Since you have divine sense, can you also use soul skills? Meng Wuya looked at him sideways. Yes, but I only know one move. One move is more than enough. In the end, divine soul skills are the same as martial skills. Through certain methods, one can perfectly display one's strength. Only the weak need to use such methods. Once you become strong enough, you won't need to stick to some special martial skills or divine soul skills when you fight others. Unconstrained and unrestrained is the standard for the strong. Meng Wuya's tone was somewhat sentimental, giving people the feeling that he had once stood on the level of the strong. After pausing for a moment, he smiled sinisterly. But in your current situation, if you use soul skills, don't you feel that the power is not enough? Exactly. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. This is also where I want to ask for guidance. Naturally, it's not enough. Your divine sense is not stored in your knowledge C. It is stored elsewhere. If you use it in battle, it is equivalent to you transferring your divine sense from that place and then using your soul skills. There will be a lot of wasted space in between. All of this will be solved after you open up your own knowledge C. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had already guessed this himself, with someone to guide him, the situation was different. Treasurer Ming, do you have a special spiritual energy cultivation method on hand? Yang Kai asked with a wink. Currently, he mainly relied on the true alchemic way to cultivate his divine sense, but if he didn't have pills to supplement his spiritual energy, his progress would be too slow. If he had a special spiritual energy cultivation method, the situation would be different, but such things were too rare. Yang Kai knew that the Yang family had one, but it wasn't something he could obtain. Even the fourth Master Yang wasn't qualified to learn it. Moreover, even if he did have a special spiritual energy cultivation method, its effect wasn't very significant. Therefore, if a cultivator wanted to supplement their spiritual energy, they mostly relied on recuperation or taking pills. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. It's not that I don't have that kind of thing, but on the path of cultivation, you still need to persevere. If you want to take a shortcut, it's impossible. If you have one, teach it to me. Yang Kai grinned, interrupting his preaching. Meng Wuya was very depressed and helplessly said, even if this old master doesn't teach you, with Ning Cheng's temperament, she definitely won't be able to resist your coaxing. Saying so, he passed on the special spiritual energy cultivation method to Yang Kai. Yang Kai studied it seriously and soon memorized it, his expression slightly excited as he asked, how much can this method improve my spiritual energy? 20%. Meng Wuya replied casually. So little. Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that Treasurer Meng's method wouldn't be too bad, but 20% was still a bit shabby. Meng Wuya sneered, don't be unsatisfied. Every spiritual energy cultivation method is extremely precious. This old master knows that your Yang family has one, and the 8 great families have their own methods, but their methods can't compare to this old master's. Their methods can at most increase the recovery speed of one's spiritual energy by 10%. Yang Kai's expression became serious, only now realizing that he had too little access to high-end information and had somewhat underestimated the value of this method. The Yang family's method, if he remembered correctly, should be a mysterious grade top-rank secret technique. A mysterious grade top-rank secret technique was already at the peak of this world, but it could only increase one's speed by 10%. So this method that could increase one's speed by 20%, what grade would it be? Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate this method and instead stared at Meng Wuya suspiciously. He realized that the more he interacted with Treasurer Meng, the more mysterious he became, and the more surprised he became. Above the mysterious grade was the spirit grade. So what was the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts and wanted to ask, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided against it. He hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so learning about these things wasn't a good thing. Since you've learned it, then hurry up and scram. Don't spend so much time in Ning Cheng's room. Meng Wuya unceremoniously drove him away. How long have I been here? 5 days. Yang Kai was stunned. While discussing the true alchemic way with his little senior sister, time had passed so quickly that even he hadn't realized that 5 days had passed. No wonder he felt a little tired, and no wonder Chiu Yimeng had ordered the servants to prepare those kidney-nourishing and yang-strengthening foods. Staying in his little senior sister's room for 5 days was enough to cause a lot of misunderstandings. However, during these 5 days, something must have happened. In his estimation, at least one of them would have been eliminated. Yang Kai quickly excused himself, left Meng Wuya's room, and ran towards the main hall. Chapter 452. Along the way, the people they met all greeted Yang Kai strangely, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. When each of them looked at Yang Kai, there was a strange look in their eyes. Lan Chudai also giggled, but her smile was very ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression was meticulous, but he was too lazy to explain anything. This kind of thing would only make things worse. Young Master Kai, it's already so late in the morning. You're really up early. Why aren't you resting in bed? Hua Xingchen suddenly popped out of nowhere and grinned. How have you been these past few days? What do you mean, how have I been? Yang Kai looked confused. Heh, you don't need to pretend in front of me. The Hua family young lord's expression clearly showed that he had seen through Yang Kai, lowering his voice and saying, a man and a woman alone in a room for 5 days. Did nothing happen? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai shook his head, pretending to be stupid. Forget it, I understand. But young Lord Kai, this young lord really admires you now. Although I've seen countless women, I've never tried staying in bed for 5 days. You're much better than me in this regard. We should discuss it some other day. Hua Stars said with a sincere smile on his face. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yang Kai curled his lips. What are you whispering about? Xiao Yiming happened to walk over from the front, and after seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help snorting, coldly saying, as one of the young lords participating in the inheritance war, Yang Kai, I hope you can put the overall situation first. A woman is a hero's mound. You know this better than I do. Yang Kai frowned and said, Naturally, I know. There's no need for you to remind me. Xiao Yiming opened her mouth but swallowed her next words. She had already figured out Yang Kai's temper, so naturally, she wouldn't blame him again. This time, it was enough to give him a reminder. If she continued, this smelly man would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. He would immediately turn hostile. Greetings, young Lord Kai. Next to Xiao Yiming stood a handsome young man who waited for the two of them to finish speaking before stepping forward to greet them. He was also very humble and respectful. This is... Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. This person looked unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. The young master of Tianyuan City, Lu Feisheng. I told you last time. Xiao Yiming explained. Lu Feisheng smiled and said humbly, Many thanks to young Lord Kai for accepting me. Tianyuan City is extremely grateful. Yang Kai looked at him and nodded faintly. Your surname is Lu. What's your relationship with the Lu family? I don't dare. Lu Feisheng smiled bitterly. Xiao Yiming nodded. If you say it has nothing to do with you, then it doesn't matter. For the past few hundred years, the 8 great families had more or less had some connections with the outside world. Young Master Lu's family was originally a branch of the Lu family, but because of some matters, they were expelled from the Lu family 100 years ago. If we really count, Lu Qingyao should be his cousin. Lu Feisheng's expression became slightly sad, his posture extremely humble. Those who were expelled don't dare mention the Lu family again. Over the past 100 years, we have always strived to return to the family. Although my father has become a city lord, he has not yet reached the point of being accepted. Huixing's mouth twitched as he smiled. Just follow young Lord Kai. If you can help young Lord Kai win this inheritance war, I think the Lu family should be willing to accept you back. Hearing him say so, Lu Feisheng's face couldn't help showing a touch of excitement as he cupped his fists and said, Then I'll have to rely on young Lord Hua's auspicious words. My Tianyuan City will definitely follow young Lord Kai's lead. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying much, simply turning to Xiao Yiming and asking, Has my 8th brother lost? Xiao Yiming looked back at him in amazement, chuckling lightly, You also noticed? Of course, if the group from Medicine King's Valley hadn't appeared, perhaps my 8th brother would have been able to hold on for a while, but the arrival of those people from Medicine King's Valley has definitely made my brothers feel a sense of crisis. At this time, if they don't achieve some victories, I'm afraid no one will dare to seek refuge with them. And, as you said, Yang Quan has been eliminated. When did this happen? The night before yesterday. Xiao Yiming explained all the information she had received. The appearance of more than 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley had indeed caused the Yang family young lords to panic. On the one hand, they urgently needed a victory to build up their reputation. On the other hand, they were also trying to find a way to curb the help these people from Medicine King's Valley could bring to Yang Kai. The night before yesterday, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying all set their sights on Yang Quan's mansion. Yang Quan only had one immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, and in addition, he only had a second-class force from his mother's family as an ally. With such an absolute disadvantage, he simply couldn't defend himself. After a great battle, Yang Zhao obtained the flag while Yang Shun captured Yang Quan. So far, the second Yang family young lord had been eliminated in the inheritance war. The battle that night was quite interesting. Xiao Yiming smiled. It wasn't so much that they were attacking Yang Quan, but rather that they were killing each other. The defenses of Yang Quan's mansion collapsed in the first wave of attacks. With the exception of the blood warrior who was protecting Yang Quan, the others basically had no power to fight back. It could almost be described as a complete rout. Moreover, your 4 brothers formed 2 camps to attack each other, each of them suffering losses. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong are blood brothers. Yang Xin and Yang Ying are also blood brothers, so it can be said that they were evenly matched. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully. However, can you guess who gained the most from this battle? Huixing also smiled as she waited for Yang Kai's answer, seemingly thinking that he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer to this question. Yang Kai sneered, "While they obtained the flag, they also obtained my eighth brother, but these gains were almost equal to the losses they suffered from attacking each other. What they really gained was nothing more than the prestige brought by this victory. If we were to talk about the one who gained the most, besides me, who else could it be?" The smiles on Qiu Yiming and Huixing's faces gradually converged as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, obviously not having expected him to have such a clear understanding of the situation. Lu Feixiang was also shocked, a sense of panic filling his heart as he discovered that although he had overestimated Yang Kai, it was still not enough. "You know?" Qiu Yiming asked hesitantly, "How did you know? What do you think?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qiu Yiming suddenly woke up and remembered that a few days ago, when everyone was discussing why Yang Kai didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue the great leader, Yang Kai had said that he didn't want to stand out from the crowd, but there was another reason he hadn't said at the time, only telling everyone that they would understand in a few days. Saying it now would only make them think he was being arrogant. It turned out he had already thought about it at that time. "If I didn't know you had stayed in your room for 5 days, I'm afraid I would have thought someone had told you about this in advance." Qiu Yiming took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "You really are a man who makes people feel powerless. The one who gained the most was still you. Although you didn't obtain the flag or the great leader, and this time's matter had nothing to do with you, you still gained a blood warrior. The blood warrior in Yang Quan's house took the initiative to join us after Yang Quan was eliminated." Qiu Yiming quickly said, "The strength of that blood warrior is no worse than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Is he injured? Where is he?" Yang Kai quickly asked. The blood warriors were an extremely loyal group. Yang Quan had already been eliminated from the game, so how could the blood warrior who followed Yang Quan be safe? The fact that he hadn't died on the spot was already a testament to his strength. "He's seriously injured and is currently recuperating. He won't be able to display his full strength for at least 1 to 2 months, but I think with your miraculous methods, it won't take you much effort to heal him, right?" Qiu Yiming snorted lightly. She still couldn't figure out what kind of pills Yang Kai had given to Chu Gaoyi and Ning Ju that allowed them to fully recover in a single day. Even after Chu Gaoyi was seriously injured again that night, he appeared in front of everyone the next day full of energy. Even if there were such miraculous pills, they should be extremely precious. How could they be used so recklessly? "I'll go see him later." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Can you tell me why you did this? Why what? Why didn't that blood warrior seek refuge with any of the other young lords, but instead chose you? Why were you able to determine as early as 10 days ago that after Yang Quan was eliminated, this blood warrior would come to you? How could there be no reason for this?" Qiu Yiming asked a series of questions, obviously having a lot of doubts in her heart. The storm in the Blood Warrior Hall was only known to the Yang family elders and the various young lords. No one else knew about it. Naturally, Qiu Yiming didn't know much about it. How could she know that Yang Kai had taken a huge risk to choose Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiao, who had both injured their foundations, in order to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall? After winning the respect of all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall, when their young lords were eliminated, if these blood warriors didn't choose Yang Kai, who else could they choose? "I can't tell you." Yang Kai grinned, "but I can tell you that in the future, all the blood warriors who have been eliminated will come to my house." His tone was confident and his expression arrogant. Qiu Yiming couldn't help thinking about how, as the young lords were eliminated, one after another powerful blood warriors would gather in Yang Kai's house, a look of shock filling her face. This was something that had never happened before. No Yang family young lord had ever been able to command all the blood warriors under his command. If things really developed as Yang Kai said, then he would have created a miracle. At that time, with so many blood warriors present, how could Yang Kai lose? He was now in an invincible position, and when the time came, the remaining enemies could only pray that Yang Kai didn't attack them. "I suddenly feel some sympathy for your brothers. This wasn't a fair battle at all." Qiu Yiming smiled bitterly. "The inheritance war has never been fair. If it was really fair, how could Yang Tai and Yang Quan have been eliminated so early?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chapter 453. The inheritance war was a competition of connections and heritage, not a duel between young lords. In this process, some young lords would gather less support while others would gather more. Coupled with the participation of the young family blood warriors, there was no such thing as fairness. The inheritance war itself was the law of the jungle. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Qiu Yiming hesitated for a moment before frowning deeply. Obviously, something had happened that made her unhappy. Speak. It's about the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao, along with several of your brothers, has jointly protested to the Yang family elder hall, requesting that the participation of this group of alchemists be cancelled, especially Qin Zai's. Naive. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing the slightest worry. Qiu Yiming smiled lightly. Although I think that with your Yang family's intentions in the inheritance war, the Elder Hall shouldn't take the risk of offending Medicine King's Valley by agreeing to Yang Zhao's request, this matter still needs to be taken seriously. What if your Yang family Elder Hall becomes muddle-headed and agrees to Yang Zhao's request? That's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head and said firmly, the inheritance war is a competition of interpersonal relationships. Me being on good terms with this group of Medicine King's Valley people is something the Elder Hall would be happy to see. How could they interfere? That makes sense, but with Yang Zhao's shrewdness, he shouldn't do such an unnecessary thing. He must have other intentions. You need to be careful. His intentions? Yang Kai frowned and nodded slightly. Good. While you weren't here, there were probably only these two major events. In addition, Qin Zai's group has been clamoring for materials for alchemy. You see, has the pill room been allocated? It's been allocated and a lot of alchemy tools have been added, but this group of Medicine King's Valley people have their own pill furnaces. Those tools probably won't be used. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll go give them the materials. You can go about your business. Qiu Yiming smiled lightly and brushed past Yang Kai. Lu Fei Sheng also nodded in agreement and followed Qiu Yiming step by step. Young Lord Kai, this Tian Yuan City's young city lord, seems to be interested in Qiu Yiming. Since coming here, he's been following Qiu Yiming inseparably. Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. Don't you have any ideas? If Qiu Yiming could be conquered by anyone, then she wouldn't be Qiu Yiming. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Why do you mention this? I don't know why, but I don't have a good impression of this Lu Fei Sheng. Hua Stars curled his lips. This brat is even more handsome than this young master. This is unreasonable. Forget it. I'm going to cultivate. I won't disturb you any further. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this playboy to be so hard-working. It was probably because they had felt some pressure in his mansion during this period of time. The people coming and going in the mansion were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective forces. Stars Hua was the successor of one of the 8 great families, so he definitely wasn't willing to be inferior to others. It should be because of this that he had restrained his previous debauchery. Arriving at the pill room, Yang Kai took out all the alchemy materials. Qin Zai and the others looked at the room full of alchemy materials. All of them smiled and rubbed their hands together. Brother Qin, from now on, I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Qin Zai smiled. How could it be difficult to learn the alchemic way from Martial Anxia? Xianing Chang was now a top alchemist comparable to Xiao Fusheng. Qin Zai and the others usually found it difficult to even see Xiao Fusheng, let alone observe him performing alchemy. Now that they had the opportunity to refine alchemy together with Xianing Chang, they were naturally excited. Little senior sister will probably take a day or two before she comes out. You can familiarize yourselves with her here for a while. Yang Kai's expression became strange. The way they addressed each other had become a complete mess. Qin Zai called Xianing Chang martial aunt, while he called Qin Zai senior brother, so he could only call him senior brother. Junior brother Yang, you're busy. There's no need to entertain us. Qin Zai said casually as he began to study the alchemy materials with the other alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. No one paid any attention to Yang Kai after this. Chuckling, Yang Kai quietly withdrew. Xianing Chang really came out of seclusion 2 days later, having completely digested the true alchemic way Yang Kai had taught him and immediately immersed himself in the alchemic way. Inside the mansion, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the pill room. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had gathered a total of 11 groups of supporters. These people had come to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war, so Yang Kai naturally had the responsibility and obligation to equip them with his own means and enhance their strength in order to cope with the increasingly fierce battles ahead. If the pill room produced pills, they would definitely be given to them. Therefore, every great force was looking forward to seeing what grade of pills the first batch of pills would be, what they would be used for, and how many people would be able to get a share of the finished pills. Yang Kai's mansion was calm, and so was all of War City. After two Yang family young lords were eliminated, the inheritance war seemed to have suddenly fallen into a period of calm. Every young lord was increasing their efforts to recruit helpers, and alchemists and artifact refiners were in short supply. The number of materials circulating in the market was decreasing, and their prices were also increasing. This situation had even spread to the central capital. During this time, Pang Chi and Mu Nando of the Bamboo Knot Gang had gathered a lot of materials and quietly delivered them to Yang Kai's mansion at night, fortunately not being discovered. However, this situation would only happen once. The next time they entered War City, they would likely be intercepted. The flag in Yang Kai's hand had also been exchanged for materials from the family, and all of them had been placed in the pill room. However, Yang Kai was still a little anxious. The other group of helpers he had been waiting for had yet to appear, so he didn't know what had happened. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, half a month later, the first batch of pills from the pill room finally came out. After receiving the news, the leaders of the younger generation of the great forces gathered in the main hall, all of them looking towards Yang Kai with excitement and expectation. 11 families, not a single one missing. With the exception of the Duan Mu family, everyone else was a dazzling sight to behold. This was a stage for the younger generation. Young Lord Kai, will my Hua family have a share in this batch of pills? Hua Stars chuckled and asked, if it's not enough then forget it, they will be given priority. My Hua family isn't in a hurry. Do you really think so? Xiao Yiming looked at Stars Hua with a smile. How could I lie? Hua Stars' expression became serious. Xiao Yiming, you're looking down on this Hua Stars too much. My Hua family is one of the 8 great families. What kind of pills do we not have? It's just that I can't take them from my old man right now. All of you have come from afar. Give them priority. My Dong family can also be given priority. Dong Qing Han also smiled and took a step back. His thoughts were the same as Hua Stars. Only half a month had passed, so even if the group from Medicine King's Valley had excellent alchemy skills and sufficient materials, they shouldn't have been able to refine many pills, certainly not enough to share among so many people. The Dong family was Yang Kai's mother's family, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't treat them unfairly, so it didn't matter if they were given priority. As soon as Dong Qing Han's words fell, a wave of modesty sounded in the hall. All the leaders of the younger generation expressed that they would be given priority over others. This harmonious atmosphere made Xiao Yiming feel quite happy. After so many days of getting along, Xiao Yiming had discovered that the people gathered in Yang Kai's house weren't people who liked to fight. Usually, when they were together, they were all very harmonious. Occasionally, when there was some friction between their subordinates, they would quickly mediate, obviously not wanting to add any trouble to Yang Kai. These small details were enough to highlight the weight of Yang Kai in the hearts of these people. If it weren't for Yang Kai holding such a large weight in their hearts, it would have been impossible for them to be so modest. All of this was because Yang Kai was here. Don't be so noisy. Xiao Yiming smiled. Do you think that if there weren't enough pills to share, Yang Kai would have called all of you here? It's precisely because there are enough pills that all of you are gathered here. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help raising their eyebrows. Xiang Tian Shao nodded slightly and muttered, worthy of being an alchemist from Medicine King's Valley. The speed at which he performs alchemy is really extraordinary. Zhuo Fang laughed and said, this Zhuo is actually lucky enough to be able to use pills refined by a disciple of Medicine King's Valley. It's all thanks to Brother Yang. Everyone smiled and suddenly felt that joining Yang Kai was a very wise choice. Regardless of anything else, as long as there was a supply of such pills in the future, everyone's strength would steadily improve. Yang Kai smiled and didn't say much. The first batch of pills that came out of the furnace were not from the hands of Medicine King's Valley's disciples, but were all refined by Xianing Chong. The group of people from Medicine King's Valley were still learning alchemy from Xianing Chong, and it was estimated that it would take a few days before they could really start refining. It wasn't that their alchemy skills weren't exquisite, it was just that Xianing Chang's methods were too amazing. Even if they wanted to learn, it would take them some time to learn. Qiu Yiming, distribute the pills. Yang Kai ordered. Qiu Yiming clapped her hands, and immediately a few people from the Autumn Rain Hall walked in from the outside carrying trays. On each tray, there were 2 bottles of unknown pills. How generous, 2 bottles for each family. Stars was stunned. He had thought that in such a short time, each family would be able to get 1 bottle, but the result was twice as many as he had expected. However, if there were so many pills, it meant that the grade of these pills wasn't high. These should be heaven-grade pills. The Hua family young lord secretly speculated. Everyone took the pills and smiled widely. Although they all guessed that this was a heaven-level pill, they didn't look disappointed. Heaven-grade pills were not low-grade, especially when they were supplied to so many people. This is a mixed yuan pill specially used for cultivation. After a pause, Qiu Yiming smiled and added, a mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pill. Chapter 454. The lively voices in the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone's smiles were still hanging on their faces, but everyone turned to look at Qiu Yiming and Yang Kai in amazement, their faces full of suspicion, as if wondering if they had misheard or if Qiu Yiming had misspoken. The Qiu family's first young lady actually knows how to joke. Hua Xingxing suddenly laughed. Everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing, none of them having thought that Qiu Yiming would actually have such a side to her. However, this joke was really clumsy and there was no humor in it at all. Everyone was just afraid that Qiu Yiming would be embarrassed, so they pretended to support her. Qiu Yiming's expression was indifferent as her pair of beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. She didn't refute, nor did she have any intention of taking advantage of the situation, waiting for a long time before asking, "Is it funny?" A series of light coughs rang out. Everyone retracted their expressions and sat up straight. Perhaps you all think I am joking, but what I said is true. What I gave you is a mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pill. The pills are in your hands. Open them and you will understand. Qiu Yiming's tone was flat and direct, not at all joking. How is that possible? Hua Xing's face was filled with disbelief as he shook his head. I have also taken a mixed yuan pill. It was originally a heaven-grade top-rank pill. How could it suddenly become a mysterious grade pill? Mysterious grade and heaven grade, although there was only a 1-grade difference. However, the value of the two was very different. A pill below mysterious grade was just a pill, but a mysterious grade pill could already be called a mysterious grade pill. Every mysterious grade pill was not easy to refine. Not only did it require the necessary materials to refine the pill, but it also required a lot of time and effort from the alchemist. It had only been half a month since the arrival of the people from Medicine King's Valley. Everyone was well aware of the grade of that group of alchemists. The fact that this group of people could refine so many heaven-grade top-rank pills in such a short time was enough to make everyone admire them. However, Qiu Yiming had told them otherwise. This was a mysterious grade mixed yuan pill, so naturally no one believed it. Not to mention that it was impossible for those people to refine enough profound-level pills to be distributed to everyone in such a short period of time, let alone the Hunyuan Dan. It was impossible for a black grade one to appear. As Hua Xingxing spoke, he opened a pill bottle and casually poured out a pill. His frivolous expression suddenly changed as he stared at the pill in his hand in astonishment. The others did the same. The moment the pills were poured out, cries of surprise and confusion rang out. None of you have a low status in your respective sects, so you must have taken a mixed yuan pill before. Naturally, all of you are knowledgeable. Take a look for yourselves. Qiu Yiming smiled slightly. He didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, when she saw this batch of Hunyuan Dan in the morning, her reaction was the same as that of Hua Stars. She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her, but when she verified it with her own eyes, Qiu Yiming had to admit that this was indeed a batch of mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pills. How could this be? Hua Stars was dumbfounded. A black-level Hunyuan Dan was equivalent to breaking the norm. Shocked, The Hua family young master quickly poured out all the pills and checked them one by one. He quickly discovered that this was indeed a batch of mysterious grade pills. How could this be? Hua Stars was confused, and for a moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Look, this mysterious grade pill actually has lines like the human body's meridians. An exclamation sounded, as if someone had discovered a new world. Pill veins. Heavens, I also have a few mysterious grade pills with pill veins. I have one too, 4 of them. Ha ha ha. I've only heard of pills with pill veins and rumors. I never expected to see one with my own eyes this time. Furthermore, this was not just 1 or 2 profound-level medicinal pills that had formed elixir veins, but a total of 20 to 30% of the medicinal pills had formed elixir veins. Everyone was shocked, their expressions changing, but most of them were filled with excitement. Pill veins. When an alchemist refined a pill, if they had a high enough level of skill, they could cause a pill to form lines similar to the human body's meridians. This was called pill veins. Once something like pill veins appeared on a pill, its value would immediately multiply by several folds. Because of the pill veins, this kind of pill could display a much better effect than ordinary pills. Moreover, no matter how long it was stored, the pill veins would not lose its medicinal properties. As time passed, the pill veins could even actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the pill's spirituality and making its medicinal properties stronger. Above the pill veins, there was also something called pill cloud. It was like a dreamy cloud covering the pill. Its effect was even more powerful than pill veins. These were all just legends. Although the status of the people present was not low, it was rare to see a pill with pill veins. It was not that their sects did not have the money to buy it, but this kind of thing could not be refined by ordinary alchemists. Many alchemists who were obsessed with refining pills could only occasionally refine a pill with pill veins under coincidental circumstances. The higher the grade of the pill, the lower the chances of pill veins appearing. Pill veins were the symbol of a top alchemist, the symbol of a top-grade pill. But now, at least 20% of the mysterious grade pills in everyone's hands had pill veins. This ratio was really a bit scary. These pills with pill markings were more exciting than any other treasure. Everyone was whispering to each other excitedly. Tianyuan City's young city lord Lu Fei-sheng was even more excited, holding 2 bottles of mysterious grade pills in his hands, his face flushed red and his breathing hot. In his heart, he was secretly thinking that joining this young Lord Kai was the best decision he had ever made. The war hadn't even started yet each family had already received 2 bottles of mysterious grade pills. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be afraid of? Even the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were somewhat excited at this moment. Han Shaoqi's temperament was slightly better, and although she was excited, she still maintained the demeanor of a senior sister, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she kept glancing towards Yang Kai. Her face was filled with gratitude. As for the lively Yi Han, she had already begun inspecting the pills one by one. Every time she saw a mysterious grade pill with pill veins, she would shout loudly, causing the other senior sisters to glare at her, secretly warning her not to be so rude. Senior Qin is really amazing. Medicine King's Valley is really amazing. After a while, Chu Jingshan of Soaring Feather Pavilion praised. Senior Qin already has such means. I'm afraid he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Grandmaster Shao in the future. Feng Qianhen of Water Moon Hall smiled. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. Hua Xing's brow furrowed as he pinched a mysterious grade pill in his hand and stared straight at Yang Kai. He was different from those who came from first-class forces. Although Hua Xing was a playboy, the things he came into contact with were undoubtedly better than them. The Hua family also had mysterious grade alchemists, more than one, but as far as Hua Xing knew, even if all of them worked together, it was impossible for them to refine so many mysterious grade pills in such a short time. Even if they were given another 10 years, they wouldn't be able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Even if Qin Zhe was the young valley master of Medicine King's Valley, he was still just a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. He shouldn't have such great ability, right? Qiu Yimeng's eyes swept over the 2 young men and women from super families, both of them seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. This whole situation was strange. After obtaining a share of the mysterious grade pills, Naturally, they would need to cultivate quickly. With the help of these pills, if they wanted to improve their strength, they would need to accumulate enough time. Everyone said their goodbyes and returned to their own courtyards to cultivate. Even Hua Xing couldn't wait to go back and try out the effects of these mysterious grade pills. After everyone else had left, Qiu Yiming looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Shouldn't you tell me? Who was the one who refined this batch of pills?" "Don't ask. I'll tell you when I need to." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. This matter was related to his little senior sister, so Yang Kai wouldn't tell anyone. Moreover, except for the people of Medicine King's Valley and Yang Kai himself, no one else was allowed to enter the pill room. Even Qiu Yiming didn't dare to rashly enter the pill room and disturb the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, so she really didn't know the origin of this batch of pills. Rolling her eyes, Qiu Yiming snorted and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I'll know. Is it because of your little senior sister that you refined this batch of pills?" The Qiu family's first young lady's mind was quite sharp, and she had judged that Qin Zhe didn't have such great ability. Besides Yang Kai and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, only Xianing Chong could enter and leave the pill room, so naturally she was able to infer some clues. "Don't speak nonsense, be careful or I'll silence you." Yang Kai glanced at her, full of warning. Qiu Yiming's beautiful face paled slightly as a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. Just now, she had only said those words casually, but according to Yang Kai's reaction, this batch of pills really had something to do with his little senior sister. Not even bothering to argue with Yang Kai, Qiu Yiming's expression became dignified. Only now did she realize that Xianing Chong wasn't just a woman Yang Kai liked. However, besides the fact that this woman wore a veil, there wasn't anything special about her. On the other hand, her strength was quite strong, at least at the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage. Could it be that this batch of pills was refined by her? Shaking her head with a wry smile, Qiu Yiming discarded this ridiculous idea. By the time she regained her composure, Yang Kai had already disappeared. She didn't know when he had left. "Sooner or later, I'll dig up all your secrets," Qiu Yiming snorted, secretly vowing to herself. The various mysteries surrounding Yang Kai made her very curious. Now, even the woman around him had become mysterious, which naturally aroused Qiu Yiming's curiosity. Yang Kai walked over to the door of his little senior sister's room. During this time, Xianing Chong had been busy performing alchemy and hadn't had time to rest until today. The two of them hadn't had a good chat for a long time. The door was open, so when he walked up to it, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Not only was Xianing Chong in the room, but Lan Shudai was also there. The two women seemed to be chatting, both of them smiling. After seeing Yang Kai, the two women's eyes turned towards him. "Two senior sisters, you seem to be in a good mood. What are you talking about?" Yang Kai didn't act polite and walked straight in. Xianing Chong and Lan Shudai glanced at each other and both chuckled. "Women's matters, we won't talk about them with you." Lan Shudai glared at Yang Kai. "We're not outsiders, why don't you tell us?" Yang Kai chuckled. Hearing him say this, Lan Shudai's eyes suddenly lit up and she secretly rejoiced. Chapter 455. While Yang Kai was talking, he went to Xianing Chong and pulled her up. While the senior sister was screaming, he put her on his lap and looked at Lan Shudai, waiting for her answer. "Junior brother." Xianing Chong was embarrassed and uneasy, but her body was held by Yang Kai. She couldn't get rid of him. In an instant, her face turned red, and her dense eyelashes trembled. She no longer dared to look at the others and buried her head in her chest. "What are you afraid of? I said that we are not outsiders, so you don't have to mind." Yang Kai laughed, looking like a rogue. Lan Shudai's happy expression slowly faded, and she squeezed out a smile and said, "I won't disturb you." After saying that, she got up and left. Xianing Chong was about to say something, but Yang Kai quietly scratched her. Suddenly, the senior sister's body tensed up, and she didn't dare to move. Yang Kai scratched her flat stomach, which was a very sensitive place. The reason why he did this in front of Lan Shudai was because he wanted her to leave. Time was precious, and he wanted to spend more time with his senior sister. How could he allow others to disturb him? After Lan Shudai left, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gentle wind pushed out, closing the door. Outside the room, Lan Chudi's smile was stiff, and her face was bitter. How could she not see Yang Kai's intention? It was because she saw it that she felt a little uncomfortable. Speaking of which, she and Xianing Chong were both Yang Kai's senior sister. They had passed the stage of not knowing each other and not being familiar with each other. However, the weight of her and Xianing Chong in Yang Kai's heart was completely different. On the road of life, often an inadvertent choice can change a lot of things. Slightly shaking her head, Lan Chudai tightened her clothes and suddenly discovered. It was just the beginning of autumn, but it was a little cold. Listening attentively, he noticed that Lan Chudai was already far away. Xianing Cheng's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, buzzing as she whispered, "Shitty, put me down. Is this not good?" Yang Kai looked into her eyes with a smile. "Oh." Xianing Chong responded softly, her cheeks burning. "You like me?" Yang Kai smiled evilly. The questions he asked were also extremely tricky and vicious. Xianing Chong didn't dare to answer. He didn't make a sound, but his heart was beating violently in his chest. "That means you don't like it." Yang Kai pretended to be disappointed and sighed for a while. "That's not it." The little senior sister immediately panicked and waved her hand. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sitting next door, Treasurer Ming couldn't help rolling his eyes, a fire burning in his chest. He couldn't wait to rush up to Yang Kai and beat him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Too vile, too shameful. He actually dared to bully his docile, quiet, and cute baby disciple. Too shameless. This old man is so angry. "Junior brother, are you kidding me?" Xianing Chong asked softly. Her cheeks under the veil were clearly bulging. Staring at Xianing Chong, Yang Kai's eyes softened. It was as if all the tiredness and hard work of this period had been dispelled. The little senior sister felt uncomfortable again, but she didn't have time to criticize him. She changed the topic and said, "Junior brother, you don't like senior sister Lan." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "It's not that I don't like her. It's just that I try to avoid contact with her as much as possible." "Why?" "I see that senior sister Lan seems to care about you. When she came to find me, she talked a lot about you." "It's because of that." Yang Kai smiled. "Let's put it this way. If I wasn't a member of the Yang family and was still the former High Heaven Pavilion disciple, would little senior sister change her attitude towards me? No. No matter what you are, you will always be my junior brother. I know you won't, but others will. Our senior sister Lan is like this. Right now, she cares about me mostly because of my identity. If one day I'm not a member of the Yang family, perhaps she will change her opinion. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, so I can't say for sure. However, I still feel that I should avoid contact with her as much as possible. I can't say that she's wrong, but I can say that little senior sister is too kind. There's no way to compare people." Yang Kai shook his head and explained. Xianing Cheng looked at him, but didn't quite understand. However, Yang Kai knew that in her heart, although little senior sister was delicate and naive, she wasn't ignorant of worldly affairs. She was kind-hearted and wouldn't think too much of others. "Right, where are my pills?" Yang Kai asked. "They're on the bed. I'll give them to you." Little senior sister jumped down from Yang Kai's lap, then walked to the bed and took out a bundle, placing it in front of Yang Kai. Opening the bundle, 6 bottles of pills appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. 3 bottles are for you to cultivate your Yuan Qi, all Yang attribute pills. The other 3 are for you to cultivate your spiritual energy, Xianing Chong said with some regret. Time was too tight, so I could only refine these. That's enough. Yang Kai was very satisfied. These pills were all black grade low grade. Like the chaotic Yuan pill, these pills should have been heaven grade top rank, but after being refined by Xianing Chong, they had all been upgraded to black grade. Not only could the myriad drug liquid cleanse one's body, but if a drop was added to the pill refining process, it could also improve the quality of the pill. Coupled with the spirit array obtained from the true alchemic way, Xianing Chong could easily refine these pills. If it weren't for the myriad drug liquid and the spirit array, with Xianing Cheng's current level, it would have been impossible for her to achieve this in just half a month. Yang Kai also didn't have so many black grade materials for her to use. Don't tire yourself out. Yang Kai looked at her with some distress. I'm not tired. During this period of alchemy, my strength has been steadily improving, and I'm about to reach the immortal ascension boundary second stage. I only hope that I can refine a lot of pills so that I can grow up faster. Then, I can help you and master in the future. Xianing Chong said in a cheerful voice. Alchemy is cultivation. The sacred spirit medicine body is really special. Yang Kai secretly sighed. After chatting with Xianing Chong for a while, Yang Kai began to cultivate. As usual, Yang Kai first absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the 3 bottles of Yang attribute pills and transformed them into Yang liquid to quench his Yuan Qi. Next, he used the 3 bottles of mysterious grade pills to explore the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Treasurer Ming had taught him a special spiritual energy cultivation method, which had been in effect during this period of time. With the help of this method, Yang Kai felt that the recovery of his spiritual energy was indeed much faster than before. While Yang Kai cultivated, Xianing Chong sat quietly to the side, restoring her strength or sleeping on the bed. Such a scene reminded Yang Kai of the cave mansion under the coiling dragon stream, and he couldn't help but reminisce. 2 days later, Xianing Chong once again went to the pill room to perform alchemy, causing Yang Kai to suddenly feel lonely. But as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his strength was improving step by step, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the Yuan Qi 9th stage. With the immortal ascension boundary on the horizon, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited. As long as he reached the immortal ascension boundary, he would no longer need to worry about the monitoring of the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters in War City. In the dawn before darkness, all was quiet as Yang Kai tried to pry into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Suddenly, a sense of disharmony washed over him, causing him to open his eyes and furrow his brow to furrow, sending out his divine sense like a tidal wave. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that from Meng Wu Ye's room next door, there was also a faint divine sense. Compared to his own, Meng Wu Ye's divine sense could almost be described as imperceptible, but it was still undeniably powerful. The 2 divine senses wandered around the entire mansion. In just an instant, they locked onto a corner at the same time. Courting death. Yang Kai coldly snorted, condensing all of his divine sense into a single point and releasing a mysterious soul skill. In the darkness of the night, a purple light flashed and accompanied by a cry of surprise, a thin and blurry figure suddenly appeared. Who is it? The master in charge of standing guard immediately noticed, and his voice spread throughout Yang Kai's mansion. In the next moment, their clothes fluttered in the wind as countless figures dashed over. The thin and blurry figure showed a look of horror and disbelief, as if he had never expected that he would be discovered. Not daring to hesitate, circles of ripple-like patterns suddenly appeared on his body. As the ripples spread out, his entire figure gradually blurred. Just as his figure was about to disappear, a ghostly figure took the lead to approach him. 2 daggers that flickered with cold light danced in the air within a radius of a few feet around him, killing him instantly. Ingjiu. With a muffled groan, the man's body burst into pieces. Ingjiu narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated, but when he looked again, there was no trace of the intruder, only a cloud of mist spreading out in all directions. About 1,000 meters away, there was a streak of light that was rapidly escaping, as fast as lightning. Ingjiu couldn't help showing a look of horror. This speed. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk countless figures landed on the ground as Yang Kai strode over, staring at the bloodstains on the ground before glancing in the direction the intruder had fled, and couldn't help coldly snorting. What's all this ruckus about? The door to the pill room suddenly opened and Qin Zhe rushed out with a displeased expression, but when he saw Yang Kai here, he quickly restrained himself and frowned. He also noticed that something was wrong. Someone sneaked in. Did anything happen to the disciples of Medicine King's Valley? Yang Kai quickly asked. No. Qin Zhe shook his head. Yang Kai released his divine sense and couldn't help feeling relieved. There were no casualties among the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, and Xianing Chong was also safe. But the pill room was the most heavily guarded location in the entire mansion, yet it was still infiltrated to this extent. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming cold. This was a slap to his face. Check and see if there are any casualties in the mansion. Yang Kai's face was like the night before a storm, making everyone's heart palpitate. Chapter 456. The people who had rushed over quickly scattered, and after a while, all returned and reported the situation to Chiu Yiming. No losses. Chiu Yiming's expression was somewhat ugly. Although the news of no losses was very gratifying, how that person had managed to sneak in was still a cause for concern. The possibility of a mole wasn't ruled out, but this possibility was very low. At least, from the look on Yang Kai's face, he didn't seem to suspect that someone was behind this. In other words, that person had just snuck into the pill room with his own ability. Considering all this, Chiu Yiming's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai's mansion was now filled with many masters, many of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. The pill room's security was of the utmost importance, yet that master had still almost succeeded. Just how strong was that person? But since he had already successfully infiltrated, why was his trail discovered by others? Chiu Yiming couldn't understand. Ingzio, did you see what that person looked like? Yang Kai frowned and asked. From the darkness, Ingzio's voice called out, No, I don't even know if he was a man or a woman, or what his cultivation was. Everyone couldn't help feeling horrified. When it came to concealment and assassination, Ingzio was an expert among experts. Even after exchanging a single blow with this person, he hadn't been able to learn anything. This person was really mysterious. However, in my opinion, this person's true cultivation shouldn't be very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not be able to withstand my shadow dancing strike. Ingzio speculated. Although that person had successfully escaped, he had still been injured. The blood on the ground was obviously from him. Yang Kai gently nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, Then he either used the power of an artifact or cultivated a special secret art. Interesting, who was it that recruited such a master? This time, if he and Treasurer Ming hadn't been vigilant at the same time, perhaps that person really would have succeeded. His purpose for sneaking into the pill room was obvious. He definitely wanted to harm the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. These people from Medicine King's Valley. If something really happened to them in Yang Kai's mansion, it would be a big problem. Junior brother Yang, there's nothing else? I'll go back first to perform alchemy. Qin Zhe's expression was calm, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of joy after nearly falling into a desperate situation. Yes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. After Qin Zhe left, Yang Kai coldly shouted, Xiao Shun. Subordinate is here. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master stepped out from the crowd and shouted, Subordinate is here. The Yang family blood warrior was the one who had taken the initiative to join Yang Kai after his 8th brother Yang Quan had been eliminated. Under Yang Kai's care, he was fully healed in just 1 or 2 days. From now on, you will stay in the pill chamber. Xiao Shun sneered, Little Gongzi, don't worry, as long as I, Xiao Shun, am alive. No one can get close to the alchemy room. Yang Kai gently nodded. His eyes were deep as he looked in the direction that the mysterious master had fled. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that this group of people from the Medicine King's Valley still made his brothers wary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to deal with the people from the Medicine King's Valley. However, who was this person's subordinate? Wasn't he a little too bold? In the east, a ray of light shone, indicating that it was almost dawn. With such a thing happening, no matter who it was, they couldn't feel at ease. Chiu Yiming immediately redeployed the entire mansion's defenses and began busying herself. Yang Kai stood in place, looking at the blood stain on the ground and recalling the scene he had just witnessed with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. He hadn't been able to see what cultivation this person had, nor could he tell whether they were a man or a woman. The secret art or artifact this mysterious master had relied on was really quite mysterious. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a cultivator from the Chiu family's autumn rain hall hurrying over. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he cupped his fists and said, Young Lord Kai, someone from the Yang family has arrived. Someone from the Yang family? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. They have arrived at the main hall and are holding a young family elder's order, requesting young Lord Kai's presence. I see. Waving the man away, Yang Kai frowned for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. There's probably something we need to do today." Haha, there's finally movement. In. After all these days, all I've done is cultivate. I've been bored to death. Yang Kai, this time, no matter what you're going to do, you have to take us with you. A group of young men and women were all rubbing their hands together in excitement, as if they wanted to see the world burn. We'll talk about it later. I don't know the details yet. In any case, everyone should prepare yourselves first. Yang Kai smiled lightly, turned around, and walked towards the main hall. Xiao Yiming hurried to catch up and asked suspiciously, "How did you know there would be movement?" Yang Kai chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, the family should want to accelerate the progress of the inheritance war. Since my 8th brother was eliminated, the remaining 6 of us have been biding our time to develop ourselves. It's been almost a month since then, so it's not good for us to continue like this. Do you think your young family will order you to take the initiative? It won't be such a cheap method. There must be some other way." Yang Kai frowned. He was also guessing what the family would do, but he didn't know. He could only wait until he saw the person who came. As they spoke, they arrived at the main hall. Inside the hall, a man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, waiting. Glancing around, Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Father?" 4th Master Yang turned around and seeing his son stride over, he couldn't help smiling and nodding gently. Xiao Yiming also performed quite well, gracefully bowing and saying, "Xiao family's Xiao Yiming greets 4th Master Yang." Yang Yingfeng glanced at Xiao Yiming meaningfully and smiled. "Young lady Xiao, you're too polite. You've assisted Kai, so we're family." After a pause, he continued, "You've suffered under Kai. Uncle is too polite. Helping Yang Kai was niece's own initiative. I didn't suffer." Yang Yingfeng smiled happily. "Kai is still young. If he has offended you in any way, I hope eldest niece will forgive him. If you've suffered any grievances here, just tell me and I'll sort them out." "Many thanks, uncle." Xiao Yiming smiled sweetly. "Then I'll have to trouble uncle to support niece in the future." Saying so, Xiao Yiming's beautiful eyes flashed as she glared at Yang Kai. It was clear that if he dared to bully her again, she would complain. Yang Kai listened to the old man and young woman inadvertently change the way they addressed each other, and his face couldn't help turning black. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "Father, why are you here?" "Pass down the family's orders." Speaking of business, Yang Yingfeng's expression became serious as he raised the Yang family elder token in his hand and quickly said, 2 hours later, 50 kilometers east of War City, near Pijing Lake, a batch of artifacts will appear. Those who intend to seize them should head there quickly." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened, and Xiao Yiming's beautiful eyes also flashed. The most fundamental foundation of a cultivator's strength was their own cultivation. But in addition to this, they could also rely on external forces. There were only 3 kinds of external forces. The first was pills, the second was artifacts, and the third was secret arts that could enhance one's combat effectiveness. Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about pills. With Xianing Chong and the group from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had the advantage over anyone else. Secret arts could only be discovered, not sought. So what Yang Kai cared about right now was artifacts. If a cultivator had a high-grade artifact, they could also enhance their combat effectiveness. In comparison, the improvement brought by artifacts was much more direct. It was much more effective and simpler. This was the current weakness of Yang Kai's mansion. Right now, all of the artifacts used by the cultivators of the various great forces in the mansion were brought by themselves. Each of them had at most 1 or 2 of these artifacts. If they could obtain more artifacts, the strength of the mansion would directly rise to a whole new level. Yang Kai and Xiao Yiming glanced at each other and saw the interest in each other's hearts. "I've already conveyed the order. Whether you go or not is up to you young people to decide." Yang Yingfeng smiled slightly. "Why wouldn't we go?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are these artifacts contributed by your family?" Not only the Yang family, but the central capital's 8 great families also contributed. but our Yang family contributed the majority, while the other 7 families only contributed as a courtesy. How many? A full 1,000. Yang Yingfeng raised one finger. Even though Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming's status wasn't low and their knowledge wasn't shallow, they still couldn't help feeling a little anxious. 1,000 artifacts. Currently, there were at most 300 people gathered in the mansion. If they could obtain all of these artifacts, it would be equivalent to each person receiving 3 or 4 artifacts. But this was definitely an unrealistic idea. 80% of them are Earth-grade artifacts, and the remaining 20% are mostly Heaven-grade. There are even a few mysterious-grade artifacts. Then all the more reason to snatch them all. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The role of mysterious-grade artifacts was simply too great. If one didn't try to snatch them, it would only benefit others. However, to be able to offer up 1,000 artifacts at once, the heritage of the central capital's 8 great families was truly extraordinary. Although most of these artifacts weren't high-grade, the number was still frightening. "Uncle, is there any other useful information?" Qiu Yiming asked with a smile, apparently wanting to inquire about more information to gain the upper hand. For example, how would this batch of artifacts appear, and where exactly would they appear? If this information could be obtained, it would be of great use. No need to ask, since the family allowed my father to convey the order to me, obviously they will only tell him what he can reveal. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Yingfeng glanced over at his son and nodded. What I know is all harmless information. The same goes for everyone else. You young people are all the same. How much you can obtain in the end will depend on your own methods. I was just asking casually. Qiu Yiming didn't mind, pretending to be well-behaved in front of Yang Yingfeng for some unknown reason. Since that's the case, it's time to prepare. Yang Kai's face filled with a touch of elegance, a fire burning in his eyes as he grinned meaningfully. "Father, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay here for a few more days." Yang Kai suddenly turned to Yang Yingfeng. Fourth Master Yang shook his head. "Your mother is worried about you. I have to go back and report to her about your situation." "Then, Father, you can do as you please." Chapter 457. The news that 1,000 artifacts were about to appear soon spread throughout War City, causing an uproar. The 6 young lords all acted quickly, preparing to set out. Some busybodies even rushed to Pijing Lake 50 kilometers away, ready to watch the fun. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead as he looked at the group of noisy allies in front of him. Except for the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family who remained silent, the others all expressed their desire for Yang Kai to take their people to participate in the battle. Even if the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family didn't speak, each of them had a burning fighting spirit in their eyes. For a time, all of them were arguing endlessly, creating a lively mess. Qiu Yiming didn't know what to do. Most of these people were Yang Kai's friends, unlike the other young lords. Those who went to help were the subordinates of those young lords and couldn't be casually ordered to do so. "I don't care in any case, this young lord must go this time. Damn it, how can such a big thing happen without my stars?" The Hua family young lord said with an attitude of, "If you don't take me, I'll go by myself." Qiu Yiming opened her mouth. She also wanted to go, but now Yang Kai was in a difficult position. As the second in command of the mansion, naturally she couldn't use her position for personal gain, so she could only wait for Yang Kai to speak. Looking at these enthusiastic allies, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling wryly. They didn't want to go because they were bored, nor because they were tempted by the 1,000 artifacts, but because Yang Kai had been providing them with pills for cultivation all this time. But they hadn't contributed at all. All of them felt a little apologetic, and now they finally had an opportunity to contribute. Who would be willing to give up? "Let's draw lots." Yang Kai made the final decision, letting them continue arguing here without any results, so he decided to use the simplest method. The noise suddenly subsided, and everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them had expected him to use such a childish method to decide this matter. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. "That's good. Who goes and who stays, it's up to heaven." Han Shaoqi smiled and was the first to agree. "Then let's draw lots." Fatty Dong also nodded. "I have no objections." Hua Stars chuckled. To show fairness, Yang Kai personally arranged it. Soon, the results were out. Of the 11 supporting families, the Hua clan, the Duanmu clan, the Dong clan, and the 10,000 Flower Palace were among them. The Reflecting Moon sect and Tianyuan City followed Yang Kai, while the rest stayed behind to guard the mansion. Just in case. Do you have any objections? Yang Kai looked around. Good. I'll stay and look after the house. Qiu Yiming smiled. Then let's go. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he waved his hand. He led the way, and the other 6 forces hurriedly followed. Of these 6 forces, with the exception of the Hua family who only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, each of the other forces had at least 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, including 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. The remaining levels were unevenly distributed, but none of them were too weak. In total, there were nearly 30 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and more than 100 Yuan Qi cultivators, making for a spectacular scene. About a kilometer away from Yang Kai's mansion, there was an inn. At this moment, in the lobby of the inn, a man and 2 women were eating. All 3 of them were very young, and one of them was even a pair of twins. The twins were wearing light blue dresses. They were elegant and refined, and their appearances were enchanting and charming. Their waists were graceful, their breasts were tall and straight, and their skin was white. As they sat there, they attracted the attention of passers-by and guests in the inn. They were greatly moved. Beautiful women were rare, and beautiful twins were even rarer. Of the twin sisters, one had a helpless expression on her face while the other looked indifferent, but there was still a hint of dissatisfaction and resentment between her eyebrows. As for the man, he smiled bitterly again and again. While sighing and drinking his wine, he said, I say, big sister, we've been here for more than a month. Do you want to go in or not? One of the sisters also nodded. That's right, big sister. We can't always live in this inn. Since we're here, why don't we go find him? Why would we want to find him? The other person angrily said, We're not looking for him. We just came out to have fun, I know. The man continued, It's just that War City is in chaos now, and you 2 sisters are living here. Showing your face in public will sooner or later attract attention. Haven't you noticed that there have been more people observing you these past few days? We still won't go. The charming woman coldly snorted. If you want to go, you can go by yourselves. I'll just hide in my room and not come out. The man shook his head slightly. Isn't he just hiding his true identity? Besides, this isn't his original intention. The Yang family's young lords don't talk about these things when they're outside. Why do you care so much? The woman pouted her dark red lips, unable to say anything. Just as they were talking, a large group of people suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's house, led by Yang Kai. This group of more than 100 people rose into the air and flew off towards the east. Looking at the figure of this man, the beautiful eyes of the 2 women lit up slightly before immediately dimming. There's movement. The man's expression became solemn. Yang Kai suddenly bringing so many people out obviously meant that he had something important to do. Turning to the 2 sisters, he quickly said, I'm going to follow them. Do you want to come with me? Big sister, I want to go. One of them quickly said, You what? If you don't follow them, it'll be too late. Let's go. The man didn't give them a chance to explain and quickly rushed out. The 2 sisters glanced at each other and no longer hesitated, quickly following. Just as they left War City, a group of people appeared from Yang Kai's flank. The 2 sides glanced at each other and suddenly became tense. It was Yang Zhao's people. Although a month ago, Yang Kai's forces had surpassed Yang Kai's for a short period of time. As time passed, Yang Zhao had gathered more and more support, so this time, the number of people he had brought with him was no less than Yang Kai's, and many of them were even more powerful. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 300 meters, and they advanced side by side. No one was willing to be left behind. Ninth brother, good movement skills, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled. No wonder third brother was snatched away by you. Second brother is too polite. Yang Kai also smiled slightly. This time, second brother won't let you win. Anytime, if second brother wants to fight, ninth brother can play with you right now. The smile on Yang Zhao's face stiffened slightly. Yang Kai's aggressive momentum made him a little uncomfortable, but after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, let's get down to business first. There will be plenty of opportunities. In. Yang Kai didn't continue to provoke him. While the two brothers were talking, suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind and a figure leapt past the crowd, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Zhao, both of them couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared at this man's back. Lu Qingyao, was Stars exclaimed, grinding his teeth. That bastard is too arrogant. His voice was filled with anger. However, he was also somewhat helpless. There was no way he could compare with Stars. Lu Qingyao was indeed better. However, he had directly leapt over the heads of the two groups of people, flying away without even glancing back, obviously confident in his ability, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. Hearing Star's exclamation, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had only ever heard of Lu Qingyao's name, but had never seen him in person. After the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai also knew that Lu Qingyao had been observing the situation in War City and hadn't pledged allegiance to any of the Yang family young lords. He also hadn't made any trouble for any of the Yang family young lords. Obviously, in his opinion, no one was worthy of him working for. It turned out that this person was Lu Qingyao. Sure enough, he had the capital to be proud of himself. Yang Zhao couldn't help snorting, "Ninth brother, this is my Yang family's stage. How can we let others steal the limelight?" Kai Yang understood and smiled. That's what I was thinking. The smiles on the two men's faces converged and almost at the same time increased their speed, shooting off into the distance like a meteor. The two groups of people behind them, no matter who they were, couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Zhao had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage a few days ago, and although he hadn't consolidated his cultivation yet, he had already broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Only a first stage cultivator, yet he was able to display such speed, even faster than Lu Qingyao who had just left. Naturally, everyone was amazed. What was even more surprising was that Yang Kai, a trivial Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, wasn't any slower than Yang Zhao. His movement skill was so fast that it was as if he was riding the wind, seemingly effortless. The direct descendants of the Yang family really were all monsters. Everyone secretly shook their heads. As he rushed forward, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel amazed by Yang Kai's speed. It was because he had used a secret technique that he was able to achieve his current speed, but it also consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi. In other words, he couldn't maintain his current speed for a long time. At most, he could only maintain it for a stick of incense worth of time before he had to stop and rest. Otherwise, he would only run slower and slower. But Ninth Brother didn't seem to be the case. He neither used a secret technique nor an artifact. His speed seemed to be his own, as if he only needed to circulate his Yuan Qi to achieve it. For a time, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit unconvinced, quickly increasing his speed by another notch. But just as he was half a step away, Yang Kai caught up again and said with a light expression, "Second brother, this is very tiring." Yang Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Let's catch up with Lu Qingyao first." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "The Yang family's limelight is mine, second brother. If you can't do it, you can take a break." As soon as he spoke these words, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of heat hit him from the side. Yang Kai's whole body seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire, burning fiercely as he rushed forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Lu Qingyao in front of him, leaving a gust of wind behind him that cut across Yang Zhao's face like a knife. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "I am the second brother. How can I not do it?" A halo of light bloomed and wrapped around Yang Zhao's body, pushing his speed to the limit as he followed Lu Qingyao like a shadow. Seemingly aware that there were two people chasing after him, Lu Qingyao couldn't help glancing back, but before he could even focus, a fiery red figure rushed past him, causing his Yuan Qi to fluctuate wildly. "HM?" Lu Qingyao was surprised and couldn't help muttering, "Such pure Yuan Qi." Chapter 458. Looking at the backs of these two, Lu Qingyao's brow wrinkled slightly, a look of disdain appearing on his face as he slowly shook his head. Relying on external forces isn't enough. Even as he spoke, his speed suddenly increased. Clearly, he was unwilling to fall behind the others. 50 kilometers wasn't a long distance, So after half a stick of incense worth of time, the three arrived at Pijing Lake one after another. Yang Kai landed on the east side, Yang Zhao on the west, and Lu Qingyao in the middle. Only now did Yang Kai have time to take a good look at this legendary first young lord of the central capital. Dressed in blue robes, this young man was neither luxurious nor vulgar. He wasn't very old, only about 26 or 27 years old. His figure was like a sword, not particularly burly, but his body contained a strength that no one could ignore. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything, but his eyes revealed an insufferably domineering aura. This kind of arrogance wasn't a deliberate display of arrogance, but rather the natural demeanor of a master who had been at the top of the world for many years. It was as if he was standing high above the clouds, overlooking the common people. He's not a soft persimmon. After a brief moment of observation, Yang Kai understood. Although this young man's cultivation was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, he was certainly not someone an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator could compare to. His true strength could only be determined when they fought. Remembering the bold words this young man had said before, Yang Kai smiled lightly. This subtle action attracted Lu Qingyao's attention, his pair of dull but extremely bright eyes suddenly locking onto Yang Kai, his divine sense sweeping towards him unscrupulously. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help wrinkling. His expression was somewhat displeased. Although the other party's actions couldn't pose any threat to him, and could even be said to be harmless, so blatantly using one's divine sense to spy on others was an unspoken taboo. It was very likely to cause unnecessary disputes and fights. Therefore, most people wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Qingyao doing this was simply because he didn't care much about Yang Kai. Sure enough, after his divine sense swept over him, Lu Qingyao no longer paid any attention to him and simply stood there quietly, extremely conspicuous. No one knew why he had come this time. A group of people had already arrived at the shore of Pijing Lake ahead of time. After seeing Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, this man just nodded lightly before turning his attention to Lu Qingyao. His eyes couldn't help trembling slightly as his yuan qi fluctuated slightly. It was rumored that after Yang Wei returned to the central capital, he had a great battle with Lu Qingyao, but no one knew the final result of that battle. Now, the two sides met again. Naturally, there would be some sparks. Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage. Eldest young master's cultivation speed is really fast. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyao actually took the initiative to greet Yang Wei. Thanks to young Master Lu, I learned a lot from that battle. Yang Wei's expression was indifferent. Lu Qingyao nodded lightly and said in a flat tone, "If you want to comprehend more, you'll need to learn more. This Lu is always waiting for you." Yang Kai and Yang Zhao's expressions suddenly became strange, glancing at each other from a distance, both of them seeing the deep meaning in each other's eyes. These two hadn't exchanged many words, but the meaning behind their words was intriguing. It seemed that the rumors were true. Yang Wei had been defeated in his battle with Lu Qingyao, and it was very likely that he had been defeated miserably. Otherwise, why would Lu Qingyao say such a thing? Lu Qingyao's arrogance didn't make Yang Wei angry. His expression didn't change in the slightest as he nodded. "I will go. I hope young Master Lu won't be too surprised when the time comes." Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head. "I won't be surprised, because you're not my opponent." As soon as this sentence came out, the allies behind Yang Wei suddenly felt indignant, all of them glaring angrily at Lu Qingyao. Belittling the Yang family in front of them, Yang Wei's allies naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Wei still didn't show any signs of anger, simply raising his hand to stop the restlessness of the people around him, loudly declaring, "I'm not your opponent now, but that doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Just because I won't be your opponent in the future doesn't mean no one in my Yang family can. Young Master Lu, I may not be the strongest of the Yang family's younger generation, but I know you are the strongest of the Lu family. Your Lu family's limit is yours, but my Yang family's limit is still unknown." Lu Qingyao finally showed a look of interest. "Among the Yang family's younger generation, is there someone stronger than you?" After a pause, his eyes suddenly turned to Yang Zhao. "Is it second young master?" Hey. Yang Zhao couldn't help smiling bitterly. Young Master Lu must be joking. Compared to eldest brother, this little brother is no match for him. You can talk among yourselves, don't count me in. Lu Qingyao chuckled. If it's not second young master, who else could it be? In your Yang family's younger generation, only you and second young master are strong. The others, slowly shaking his head, Lu Qingyao glanced over at Yang Kai but didn't pay him any mind. Yang Wei, who had always been meticulous and aloof, suddenly burst into laughter. Young Master Lu, since you can't see through him, it means you really aren't his opponent. Lu Qingyao's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Wei, not understanding why he was so sure, but after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't think of anyone in the Yang family who could beat him. If there really was such a person, and he couldn't see through him, it meant that this person was truly terrifying. Being able to deceive his eyes was already a big win. Eldest young master, I hope what you said is true. Lu Qingyao quickly said. You just wait and see. Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kai had been watching with cold eyes and didn't interrupt, but he felt that Yang Wei's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards him a few times. What did eldest brother see? Yang Kai secretly wondered. After waiting for a while, Stars arrived with a large number of people, and at the same time, Yang Zhao's people also gathered around him. When these people arrived, Yang Zhao obviously breathed a sigh of relief and secretly lowered his guard. Just now, he was obviously worried that Yang Wei would take advantage of him being alone to attack him. Although he had a blood warrior guarding him, coming here so hastily was still somewhat dangerous. As the sun rose, more and more people gathered around Pijing Lake. Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also arrived one after another. After such a long period of preparation and recruitment, it was now possible to distinguish how much support the six brothers had at a glance. The first three had brought more or less the same number of people, and even if there were some differences in strength, it wasn't too obvious. But the three who came later were undoubtedly weaker. Even if these three had a disciple from one of the 8 great families as an ally, their personal charisma and connections were lacking, so it was difficult for them to gather too much support. When they noticed this, the faces of Yang Kong and the others suddenly became ugly. Because even Yang Kai, who everyone thought wouldn't survive the first night, was now ahead of them. If this continued, the situation would only get worse and worse. The three of them all secretly thought that after returning this time, they would have to strengthen the pace of their recruitment. At the very least, they couldn't allow Yang Kai to take the lead. Not only had the 6 young family brothers gathered around Pijing Lake, but the other cultivators who had followed them out of War City had also formed a large circle around the lake. However, these people were very self-aware and all stayed 3 kilometers away from Pijing Lake, only watching from a distance. No one was willing to play around with their lives. With so many masters gathered together, once they were caught up in this mess, they would likely die without even knowing how they died. The pair of beautiful sisters who had been in the inn's lobby earlier were also among them, staring in Yang Kai's direction. After not seeing him for a few months, this young man had become a lot stronger. Perhaps it was because of the change in his identity, but now he was more attractive and aggressive than before. One of the 2 sisters' eyes flashed a strange light, her face filled with an enchanting charm as she stared towards Yang Kai's direction. This kind of mood also indirectly affected the other, causing her heart to beat faster. Gritting her teeth, she took a deep breath, her chest heaving up and down as she helplessly smiled. This was really a sin. After cultivating that divine secret art, the 2 sisters had gradually become one, and because of her younger sister's preferences, she had also gradually been influenced. From time to time, she would think of that man's figure, but she was too embarrassed to show it in front of her younger sister, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. This time, she had obviously arrived in War City a long time ago, but she couldn't summon up the courage to see him, so she had been hiding in a kilometer away from his mansion, often looking out the window to see if he would ever leave the compound. But after waiting for so long, he still hadn't appeared. Today, she had finally managed to see him, but she had almost missed this opportunity because of her attitude. Thinking about how she didn't mean what she said, the woman couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. She was like her younger sister. Her preferences were written all over her face. There was no need to hide them. Hey, aren't you going to help him? The man from before asked with a chuckle. Help what? There's only 3 of us. What kind of role can we play in such a big scene? Ha, That's why only women and villains are difficult to deal with. I shouldn't have come with you. The man was depressed. If he had known that such a big scene would occur, he would have brought everyone from the inn with him. Now, there were only 3 people, and all of them were yuan qi cultivators, so they really couldn't play much of a role. Time passed slowly, and everyone was secretly waiting for that batch of artifacts to appear, all of them trying to guess how the Yang family would arrange for 1,000 artifacts to appear here. Yang Kai was also secretly observing his surroundings, using his powerful divine sense to constantly check his surroundings for any signs of movement. Among the crowd of spectators, there were many hidden masters. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. These masters weren't here to watch the fun, but rather the masters from the 8 great families who were observing the situation. At the bottom of Pijing Lake, there were also some subtle energy fluctuations. These subtle fluctuations were so subtle that even Yang Kai found it difficult to detect them, let alone the others. It seemed that some of the artifacts had been arranged at the bottom of the lake and were only waiting for the right time to appear. RS. Chapter 459. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't make any movements, simply understanding what was going on. The agreed time soon arrived, and everyone gathered around Pijing Lake couldn't help secretly condensing their strength, preparing to act at any time. Their eyes and ears were alert, not only looking for the location where the artifacts would appear, they were also vigilant against the enemy's movements. Snatching artifacts was bound to result in a fight. The Yang family wanted to use this method to stimulate the progress of the inheritance war. Unlike Yang Kai, the other 5 Yang family young lords also cast their eyes towards Pijing Lake from time to time based on their own guesses, listing it as a key area to be guarded, occasionally whispering to the blood warriors guarding nearby to ask for advice. The atmosphere became more and more tense. All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the bottom of Pijing Lake, and a strong energy fluctuation burst out. Visible to the naked eye, under the clear lake, bright patterns flashed one after another, converging to form a mysterious formation that covered the entire bottom of the lake. The surrounding world energy suddenly stagnated. "It's here!" Countless exclamations came from the crowd, all of them craning their necks towards Pijing Lake. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk one after another. Rays of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of Pijing Lake and shot straight into the sky. Wrapped in these rays of light were a series of various-looking and colorful artifacts, causing everyone's greed to rise. In an instant, nearly 100 rays of light flew up into the sky, bringing with them droplets of water that poured down like a torrential downpour. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into these 100 rays of light, their gazes burning hot, rushing up to a height of about 300 meters. The 100 rays of light slowly came to a stop. Accompanied by a loud explosion, they scattered in all directions at the speed of a meteor. Young Lord Kai. Huixing turned to look at Yang Kai and urged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded gently. The next moment, back in the camp, 50% of the people in the camp flew out and grabbed the nearest artifact, each of them using their own methods. In the midst of their laughter and joy, these people grabbed one artifact after another. None of the leaders of the younger generation moved, nor did most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Those who rushed out were all cultivators below the Yuan Qi Boundary and Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. It was not only Yang Kai's situation, but also the other people's situation, because everyone knew that the grade of the first batch of artifacts that appeared would definitely not be too high, so it was naturally not worth it to lose their footing for these artifacts. Moreover, because this first batch of artifacts had spread out in all directions, it was tantamount to delivering them to their doorstep, so they wouldn't encounter any resistance from their enemies. Naturally, there was no reason for them to rush to snatch them. On the other hand, those who were watching the show all had burning gazes. He continuously swallowed his saliva. Since they had come to watch the show, the strength of these people was definitely not too high. Seeing so many artifacts appear at the same time, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. The 6 brothers had brought a total of nearly 800 people, even if only half of them were mobilized. 100 artifacts that seemed like a lot were actually in short supply when they were distributed among the masses. None of the secret treasures flew out of Pijing Lake. They were all intercepted by the cultivator halfway through. After the cultivator who had obtained the artifacts returned to the camp, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. The first batch of artifacts was almost evenly divided between the 6 parties, so no decent battles broke out. The number of artifacts each party obtained was basically the same. They're all Earth-grade low-rank artifacts. Stars glanced at the artifacts that had been taken back and couldn't help curling his lips, muttering, "The 8 great families are really stingy." Han Shaoqi's expression was indifferent as she brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "Young Lord Hua, you come from a super family, so you don't understand the hardships of a lower-level cultivator. These artifacts may be nothing to you, but for others, they can greatly enhance their strength." Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. "Beauty, you're being too polite. Although I am from the Hua family, we are also allies. This issue is worth discussing. When this matter is over, let's have a good chat." Han Shaoqi suddenly fell silent and shot a pleading look towards Yang Kai, hoping he would say something to stop Stars from harassing her. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of Pajing Lake. The shining lines still continued to emit a brilliant light, illuminating the bottom of Pajing Lake. Almost at the same time Hua Star's voice fell, nearly 100 rays of light shot out from the bottom of the lake. Hua Stars glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing his expression remain unchanged, he quickly shouted, "Snatch!" The group of people who had just obtained a harvest once again flew away. "Be careful!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of snatching artifacts, so some of them didn't quite understand why he had said this, but after seeing the trajectory of these artifacts, they immediately became vigilant. The second batch of artifacts was not the same as the previous batch. Instead of radiating outwards, they all gathered in a dense cluster above the center of Pajing Lake. Everyone's yuan qi condensed, their strength surging, their martial skills and artifacts blossoming, and the 6 groups instantly rushed together. A great battle broke out instantly. Of the 6 groups, almost 400 people had gathered together, and although 90% of them were yuan qi cultivators, there were also some immortal ascension boundary cultivators. With so many people gathered above the center of Pajing Lake, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Someone with quick reflexes managed to snatch an artifact, but in the next moment he was targeted by 4 or 5 enemies. While the artifact was still warm in his hands, he was struck down by his enemies, his tattered corpse falling from the sky, his blood staining the clear lake water red. Among the crowd of spectators, there was a burst of exclamations and shouts. This kind of melee was what these idle people loved to see. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 20 people had died one after another, and the number of casualties was still increasing. Almost all the forces had been affected, and every leader of the younger generation had an ugly expression on their faces, gritting their teeth, wishing they could immediately rush up to help. But the 6 Yang family young lords had not issued any orders, so even if they were filled with righteous indignation, they could only bide their time. Everyone knew that this was just an appetizer. At this time, if they were to panic, they would forever be in a passive position. Gradually, the hundreds of artifacts had their owners, but those who held them had become the target of public criticism. Each of the allies protected their own people, fighting and retreating, leaving behind a trail of corpses falling from the sky. Some of the smarter ones, the moment they obtained an artifact, used all their strength to throw it to their own side, then turned around and snatched the artifacts of others. The melee gradually subsided, and the people of the 6 groups gradually distanced themselves from each other, retreating vigilantly. Both of them had their gains and losses. At one point, Pajing Lake's water was dyed red, and nearly 50 corpses were floating on its surface. "Your Yang family's methods are really brilliant." Dong Dong took a deep breath as he watched the tragedy in front of him and slowly shook his head. For more than a month, there had been no fighting, only peace. But because of a single order from the Yang family elder, this calm atmosphere had been broken, forcing the 6 parties to attack each other. "Men die for wealth, birds die for food." Hua Xing sneered. "The Yang family has already seen through this. It's too tragic," Chen Shu sighed. This was the first time he had participated in this kind of battle since arriving in War City. Seeing that nearly 50 people had died in just half a cup of tea's worth of time, his reflecting moon sect had also suffered losses. Naturally, he couldn't help feeling distressed. It's too simple. Yang Kai's eyes flashed deeply as he suddenly said, "Simple?" Lu Fei-sheng looked at him in amazement, the others also wearing suspicious expressions. Yang Kai didn't respond, simply raising his head and staring in the direction of Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. He found that the two of them were also frowning, seemingly lost in thought. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, both Yang Wei and Yang Zhao turned to look at him. Exchanging glances, Yang Kai knew that they also had doubts in their hearts. If the process of snatching artifacts this time was really like this, then it was simply too simple. The Yang family couldn't possibly do such a thing. The Yang family's elders were currently hoping for as many people to die as possible, so how could they allow 1,000 artifacts to appear in such a manner? If things continued like this, as long as the 6 parties reached a consensus, they could peacefully divide up this batch of artifacts. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao had all thought of this, so no matter who it was, all 3 of them were considering what would happen next. The inheritance war was a battle of wits and courage. Blind bravery without strategy was not enough to accomplish anything. Because so many people had died, the atmosphere in the 6 camps was somewhat tense, each of them coldly glaring at each other, waiting for the next confrontation to settle old and new grudges. The grade of this batch is slightly higher, but it's still not very good. Huixing examined the artifacts that had been snatched back and shook his head. In the eyes of the Hua family young lord, besides heaven-grade and mysterious-grade artifacts, all other artifacts were garbage. Even if they were heaven-grade, they had to be at least heaven-grade mid-rank in order to enter his eyes. The next batch, we won't snatch them, Yang Kai suddenly said. What? Huixing was stunned. Won't snatch them? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Speak a little louder. They all heard you. Huixing couldn't help lowering his voice. Why won't we snatch them? If you don't snatch them, it will only benefit others. Not only was Huixing puzzled, even the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were suspicious. In the previous confrontation, 10,000 Flower Palace had also lost a female disciple, so all of them were filled with anger and were preparing to take revenge. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly saying he wouldn't snatch these artifacts was naturally a bit difficult for them to understand. Let's wait and see. Yang Kai shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, the next batch of artifacts should be Earth-grade top rank. If we don't snatch them, our losses won't be great, but if we do, I'm afraid there will be more variables. Listening to him say this, although everyone still had some doubts, they didn't say anything more. They just secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too cautious. RS. Chapter 460. After waiting for a while, the spirit array at the bottom of the lake lit up again and the crimson water became somewhat gloomy, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. With the previous 2 experiences, everyone knew that the 3rd batch of artifacts was about to appear. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle, each of them searching for a good angle and position, waiting for the show to begin. Yang Kai's people received his order, and although some of them stared at the bottom of the lake with some envy, they didn't have any ideas. On the other hand, Yang Kong and the others were all rubbing their hands, ready to go all out. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk 100 rays of light shot out again, and another 100 artifacts appeared. Go! Kill whoever dares to snatch them. Yang Kong shouted, and the people around him quickly moved out. At the same time, Yang Xin and Yang Ying also issued the same order, each of them wearing a fierce expression, as if they couldn't live under the same sky as everyone here. However, when these 3 parties rushed out, everyone was surprised to find that there were still 2 groups that hadn't moved. On one side was Yang Kai, and on the other side was Yang Wei. The oldest and youngest brothers seemed to be satisfied with the harvest they had just obtained. They didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to fight over the treasures. What's going on? Why aren't those 2 moving? The onlookers shouted. A 6-sided melee was only interesting. Now that 2 parties were missing, it would definitely not be as lively. Don't tell me you're scared? Why would they participate in the inheritance war if they don't have the courage? Hurry up. What are you standing there for? A bunch of stupid pigs. Father here is anxious to death. Such a good opportunity. How can we not grasp it? If it weren't for Father's sect being so bad, he could have taken refuge with a young lord and snatched those artifacts today. Shouting and shouting filled the air, causing Yang Kai to stare at Yang Wei in amazement. It was rare to see Yang Wei smile at him, as if he had seen through his intentions. Come back. The next moment, Yang Zhao's brow furrowed. Suddenly, Yang Kai shouted to his allies. The cultivator, who was excited and ready to show off his strength, had already rushed halfway and was just about to snatch some of the artifacts. Now that they heard Yang Zhao's order, how could they respond? Some people reacted quickly and immediately retreated to Yang Zhao's side, but others were unwilling to give up on this opportunity and with greedy expressions reached out to grab the artifacts in front of them. As if this had caused an incredible reaction, the moment the cultivators snatched the artifacts, a chaotic energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the center of Pajing Lake. Hong long long, xiu xiu xiu. Kacha. Flames flickered, lightning and thunder roared, and ice and snow covered the ground. Streaks of astonishing sword light erupted, and sharp and abrupt icicles appeared strangely. Golden threads danced in the air, as sharp as blades, seemingly capable of destroying anything in their path. With the 100 artifacts as the center, a vast number of attacks shot out in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The onlookers were still shouting. They didn't know why Yang Kai and Yang Wei didn't do anything. The cultivator who was trying to snatch the artifacts had been on guard against others, so when these attacks broke out, the shouting stopped abruptly and the cultivator was caught off guard. Most of these cultivators were Yuan Qi cultivators and had never expected such a disaster to befall them. To be honest, these attacks were extremely chaotic and each one wasn't very strong. But what made these cultivators vomit blood was that these countless attacks had burst out together. Sand accumulates to a tower, water droplets to a river. How could these Yuan Qi cultivators resist? In the blink of an eye, the cultivator gathered in the center of the lake was swept away, broken limbs and flesh flying everywhere, and blood sprinkling down like rain. Suddenly, a 200-meter-wide vacuum appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by an invisible black hole. The cultivator, who was a little further away, fled in panic, not daring to stay in the same place. He turned his head to look back and saw the miserable scene. His face was full of horror, and his eyes were filled with horror and relief. The scene was quiet. Only the splashing sound of the bodies falling into the lake could be heard, which was extremely harsh. How insidious! Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he shouted in a low voice. The sudden burst of energy wasn't the result of the attacks from the cultivators who were trying to snatch the treasures, but rather the result of the hundreds of artifacts. This third batch of artifacts had obviously been tampered with long ago. They were injected with Yuan Qi by the strong cultivators in advance. When someone grabbed them, the energy contained in the artifacts would be activated, catching the cultivator off guard. This was a trap. It was a trap set by the Yang family for the cultivator who was trying to snatch the artifacts this time. The appearance of the first two batches of artifacts had lowered the cultivator's vigilance, and the third batch had killed them, if our people had rushed over just now. Su Xiaoyu's face was a little pale. She had seen people die before. When she was in that isolated world, she had personally killed people. Just now, she had witnessed nearly 50 cultivators' deaths in a battle for artifacts. However, the scene of dozens of people dying in an instant was still terrifying to her. Young Lord Kai, my admiration for you has reached the depths of my soul. Huastar's face twitched. Just now, when Yang Kai had ordered them not to snatch the next batch of artifacts, Huastar's had thought he was being too cautious, but now it seemed that he was clearly aware of something. If their people had rushed over just now, they would have suffered heavy losses. Realizing this, how could Huastar's not admire him? Not only him, but everyone else also looked at Yang Kai with a look of respect. Eldest young lord, how did you know? On the other side, the Meng family's Meng Shanyi's expression changed slightly as he whispered to Yang Wei. Yang Wei slowly shook his head. I don't know, but as long as ninth brother doesn't move, we won't move. You mean, you just saw Yang Kai in? Yang Wei nodded. Ninth brother is cautious by nature. It's all thanks to him. Otherwise, Meng Shan Yi took a deep breath, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at the other Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao's face filled with both relief and fear. Just now, his order had been delivered in time, so his side had only lost 3 cultivators while Yang Kong and the other Yang family young lords' expressions were extremely ugly. Yang Zhao, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying's people had suffered the most. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, each one of them had rushed over faster than the last, so almost all of the attacks from the epicenter had been borne by their people. Each of them had lost more than a dozen people and suffered countless injuries, many of whom were immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Yang Kai and Yang Wei's shrewdness only made them more incompetent. This made them feel a little ashamed and angry. The hundreds of artifacts floating in the sky seemed to have erupted with all their power at that moment, causing their light to dim. When the cultivator who had come to snatch them retreated, all of them fell towards the lake's surface. However, after suffering a big loss just now, no one dared to approach these artifacts rashly. It's time to grab them. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "What are you waiting for?" Huixing shouted. Immediately, nearly 100 people from Yang Kai's camp rushed out, leaving behind only the leaders of the younger generation and a few immortal ascension boundary cultivators. At the same time, Yang Wei also seemed to have issued an order, seemingly making up his mind to act together with Yang Kai. The cultivator from the other camps flying above Pijing Lake had seen the actions of these two groups, but at this moment, they were still in a state of shock. Without any orders from their young lords, none of them dared to act rashly. Yang Kong and the other young lords struggled and hesitated for a while, not daring to rush into action. Before the artifacts could fall into the lake, they were quickly divided up by the cultivator who rushed up, and no more terrifying and sudden attacks appeared. Surprisingly, the two sides who had reaped a great harvest and returned in triumph didn't break out into a fight. Seeing this scene, Yang Kong and the others felt their intestines turn green with regret. Yang Zhao's expression was also not very good. If he hadn't had so many scruples, he would have been able to get a share of the spoils right now. Young Lord Kai, 54 artifacts. Huixing counted the number and excitedly reported, and all of them are Earth-grade high rank. Yang Kai nodded gently, glancing over at Yang Wei's side and saying, "Big brother's people, don't clash with them in the future." Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Just now, Yang Kai had clearly seen that when they were snatching artifacts, several people on his side had attacked Yang Wei's allies, but those people had only defended and hadn't fought back. It seemed that Yang Wei had given them some kind of order. It was for this reason that he had managed to snatch a few more artifacts. It seemed that his big brother intended to form an alliance with him, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such goodwill. Young Lord Kai, what should we do next? Should we just wait and see? The Hua family young lord asked with a smile. Yang Kai shook his head. They're not fools. That kind of good thing just happened once. The next batch will still be snatched, but what you will face is not only the attacks of the enemy, but also the attacks of the secret treasures. Be careful. If you have defensive martial skills and secret treasures, use them all. Don't die too quickly. Everyone nodded. The reason why the first batch of artifacts had been able to kill so many people was entirely because everyone had been vigilant against the enemy. None of them had expected that these artifacts would be tampered with, so being caught off guard by so many attacks was something even immortal ascension boundary masters couldn't handle. This was only the third batch of artifacts, but there were already hundreds of corpses in Pijing Lake. Once all 1,000 artifacts appeared, how many people would die? Thinking so, whether it was the onlookers or the cultivator involved, all of them couldn't help shuddering. The Yang family and the other 7 great families had really been too vicious this time. Young Lord Kai, what should we do about these artifacts? There are too many of them, Huixing asked with a grin. Anyone could see the pride in his smile. The 5 Duanmu family seniors will take care of them, Yang Kai frowned. The number of artifacts they had snatched would only increase. These artifacts were of different shapes, sizes, and sizes. The small ones were only the size of earrings, while the big ones were the size of machetes and javelins. It was definitely unrealistic to carry them on one's body, so there must be someone to take care of them. For this reason, it was inevitable that a group of masters would be dispatched. Yang Kai estimated that everyone else would have to do the same. Chapter 461. 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators were assigned to guard the artifacts. Only with this kind of strength and quantity could they deter the enemy. But in this way, the number of masters available would be reduced by 5. However, the appearance of the third batch of artifacts had disrupted the balance between the 6 camps. If Yang Kong and the others didn't handle the current situation well, they would only become more and more passive and their harvest would become less and less. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about how to maximize his advantage. Not long after, the 4th batch of artifacts appeared once again. Nothing new, still appearing from the bottom of the lake, but this time, everyone was more cautious. Although they were all charging forward, they weren't completely defenseless. Not only did they have to guard against the enemy's attacks, but they also had to guard against the energy fluctuations of these artifacts. The slightest carelessness could lead to their souls being destroyed, so how could they afford to be careless? When the cultivator from the 6 camps rushed to the center of the lake, all of them suddenly stopped. No one wanted to be the first to eat the crabs, all of them waiting for the others to act first so that the energy fluctuations of these artifacts could be stimulated. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. The artifacts were densely suspended mid-air while the cultivators stood around vigilantly, sizing each other up. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he had expected this situation to occur, he didn't have a good way to deal with it. Now, whoever acted first would suffer a loss, but continuing this stalemate wasn't a solution. The 5th batch of artifacts would appear soon, so if they didn't eat this batch now and waited until the 5th batch appeared, the situation would only worsen. Yang Kong sneered, "Do you really think I'm a fool? Whoever wants to take it can take it. Let's see if you can take it back." But before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from the dense array of artifacts. Soul skill. The sudden appearance of this soul skill instantly broke the stalemate. The energy fluctuations of these artifacts were stimulated one after another, and a series of strong and weak attacks suddenly struck the surrounding area, causing everyone to panic. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at Lu Qingyao. His brow furrowed. That soul skill just now was unleashed by this person. So why was Lu Qingyao here? No one knew that so far, he had not taken refuge with any of the Yang family young lords. He didn't deliberately make friends with anyone and usually just stayed in War City, but this time, he had quietly run over to Pajing Lake. No one could guess his intentions. It was obviously not a good sign to break this stalemate. Fortunately, this time, everyone was prepared. When those artifacts came crashing down, everyone was vigilant. The grade of these artifacts wasn't too high. Even if the masters poured their true chi into them, they wouldn't be able to display much of their destructive power. Such a scattered attack. It was easy for the cultivator to deal with it if they worked together. After blocking all the attacks, the cultivators once again fell into a scrambling situation. Yang Kai's people received orders and didn't try to embarrass Yang Wei's people. Similarly, they did the same. They also did not attack the people on this side. It was as if the two sides had agreed to coexist peacefully. After the deadlock was broken, the 4th batch of artifacts was divided up. Without giving anyone any time to breathe, the 5th batch of artifacts appeared again. What was surprising, though, was that this batch of artifacts did not appear from the bottom of the lake. Instead, they appeared out of thin air. Mysterious golden lines flashed in the air, converging into large and small circles. From these golden circles, hundreds of rays of light shot out and scattered towards the ground. The cultivator who had snatched the artifacts didn't even have time to return before the 5th batch of artifacts smashed into them, causing them to become dizzy and disoriented. The attacks launched by these artifacts scattered around aimlessly, even spreading to the crowd of onlookers, causing them to curse loudly. The battle circle suddenly expanded because of the sudden appearance of the 5th batch of artifacts. The chaotic battlefield was no longer confined to Pajing Lake and was now spreading out in all directions. As a last resort, those who had stayed behind in the various camps also joined in to compete for the newly emerged artifacts. For a time, the scene was chaotic and everyone was in danger. The intense battle dazzled those who were watching, causing their blood to boil and wishing they could rush into the battlefield and grab the artifacts themselves. The 6 Yang family young lords also constantly issued new orders to their allies around them, constantly changing their strategies. What was interesting, though, was that Yang Wei's actions were no different from Yang Kai's, as if they were cast from the same mold. When Yang Kai dispatched new people, so did he. When Yang Kai ordered people to return, so did he. Even when guarding the artifacts he had snatched, he used 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Yang Kai noticed this but didn't say anything. What his big brother wanted to do was his freedom. After a bell-shaped artifact was activated, a burst of unbearable demonic sounds filled the air, causing one's true chi to surge and one's blood to boil. The nearby cultivators managed to resist its attack with great difficulty and were just about to snatch it, but in the midst of the chaotic battle, it was sent flying and fell into the crowd of onlookers. As soon as they saw an artifact fall, the crowd suddenly became excited and all of them used their best skills. Soon, the artifact disappeared. No one knew who had taken it away in the chaos. Cries of discontent filled the air as those who did not manage to grab this artifact all sighed with regret. This was a rare opportunity. So many artifacts had appeared, but only one had been tossed into the crowd. How could they not feel regret when they had not grasped it? While everyone was observing who had taken the artifact, accompanied by a scream, a middle-aged man who seemed to be around 40 years old fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Everyone was shocked. From the middle-aged man's arms, the bell-shaped artifact that had disappeared a moment ago seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and quickly flew out, accelerating in midair before flying back towards Pajing Lake and smashing into the chaotic battlefield. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Only then did they quickly restrain their thoughts. They knew that this middle-aged man didn't die for no reason, but because he wanted to take the artifact for himself, he had attracted a fatal disaster. Among the crowd, there were definitely eyes watching the movements of the artifacts that flew out. Once someone became greedy, they would immediately be killed. Understanding this, the people who had just tried to snatch the artifact showed a look of relief. Fortunately, they had not obtained the bell-shaped artifact. Otherwise, the one who would have died on the ground would not have been this middle-aged man, but himself. The central capital's Yang family's overbearing and domineering attitude had thoroughly impressed everyone. After the death of a number of bored people who had tried to take advantage of the situation, those who had been watching the fun no longer dared to have any ideas about the artifacts. Because once you made a greedy move, you would be silently killed in the next moment. The chaotic battlefield was still chaotic, and after tasting the appetizers, the next batch of artifacts appeared almost without giving anyone the slightest time to breathe. Often, before one batch of artifacts had been competed for, the next batch would appear, and every time it appeared, it would force people to fight for it. More and more people died, and no matter which camp they belonged to, their losses were not small. The number of people around the Yang family's 6 young lords also became fewer and fewer as time passed. First, half of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been dispatched, and later, even the leading figures of the younger generation, like Huaxing, had to be dispatched. However, each of them was protected by an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Otherwise, no one would have been able to survive in such a chaotic battlefield. Beside the 6 young lords, in addition to the several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had been left behind to guard the artifacts, there was only one Blood Warrior. When the 7th batch of artifacts appeared, the battle on Pajing Lake became even more heated because this batch of artifacts had already reached the Heaven Grade. In the 8th batch, most of them were Heaven Grade. In the 9th batch, all of them were Heaven Grade. Everyone's eyes were red with greed. Everyone around them was an enemy, so without any scruples, they unleashed their Yuan Qi and spiritual energy, using every means at their disposal to snatch the artifacts back to their camp. Those who were watching the show held their breaths as they watched the situation unfold. The cultivator came and went, snatching an artifact and quickly bringing it back, placing it under the care of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in their camp. Everyone's consumption was enormous, but fortunately, Xianing Chong and the people from Medicine King's Valley had refined a batch of pills that could quickly supplement their Yuan Qi, so in terms of endurance, Yang Kai's people were better than anyone else. In the middle of the battle, all of them had already taken these pills. Therefore, although their physical and spiritual energy consumption was enormous, they didn't need to worry about the replenishment of their Yuan Qi. A burst of spiritual energy erupted from Yang Kai's body, containing a cold aura that bloomed in the air. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A soul-type artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive-type artifact, and more importantly, it was a soul-type artifact that matched Yang Kai's own spiritual energy very well. If he had the help of this soul-type artifact, the power of Yang Kai's soul skills would be greatly improved. Although he really wanted to snatch this artifact himself, he restrained himself and instead shot a glance towards Dong Qinghan, who was nearby. Dong Qinghan was accompanied by the wind and cloud dual guards. Although Dong Qinghan's eyesight wasn't good, that didn't mean the wind and cloud dual guards couldn't recognize this artifact. When the spiritual energy burst out, the wind and cloud dual guards also realized the preciousness of this soul-type artifact. Receiving Yang Kai's signal, Dong Qinghan immediately abandoned his original opponent, turned around, and rushed towards the artifact, the wind and cloud dual guards following closely behind. Just as they arrived at the location of the artifact, before they had time to snatch it, a person appeared in front of them and sneered at Dong Qinghan. "Fatty, you're Yang Kai's ally, right?" The veins on Dong Qinghan's forehead bulged as his expression suddenly became unfriendly. Huastar's calling him Brother Fatty was a subtle and affectionate form of address, but this person in front of him was quite displeasing. Dong Qinghan's eyes flashed a cold light as he glared at the other party, obviously angry. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.